The 48th session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 17th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator J.V. Joseph Victor Ejercito will lead the chamber in prayer.
Panginoon, naway basbasan mo ang mga naulilang pamilya at mahal sa buhay ng mga biktima sa pagsabog sa Hulo-Sulu. Bigyan mo po sila ng lakas upang malampasan ang trahedyang ito. Kami nananalangin para sa agarang katarungan para sa kanila. Patuloy niyo pong gabayan ang proseso pangkapayapaan sa Mindanao upang tuluyan na makamit ng aming mga kababayang Muslim, Kristiyano at Dumad ang kapayapaan at kaunlaran. Buksan mo po, Panginoon, ang aming kaisipan at aming mga puso upang maipagpatuloy namin ang aming pagsisilbi sa bayang Pilipino ng walang bahid at sa abot ng aming kakayahan. Tulungan niyo po kami na makapagsulong ng batas na magpapaginhawa sa buhay ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Basbasan niyo po kami sa lahat ng Basbasan niyo po ang lahat ng mga mambabatas, ang kanilang pamilya, kasama ng lahat ng magigiting na kawani ng Senado upang kami ay maging instrumento ng pagkakaisa sa halip ng hidwaan at pag-ibig sa halip na galit. Ito ang aming pagsusumamo sa ngalan ni Jesucristo. Amen.
The Quezon City Science High School, Himig Scientia, will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, and the group will also render a song entitled Isang Dugo, Isang Lahi at Musika.
Congratulate kita tonight. tao din yan, napahagod.
Thank you. The Quezon City Science High School, Himig Scientia. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Onasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Legarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 18 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd just like to greet our visitors, the gallery, headed by Commissioner Guanzon of the COMELEC. We also have with us Congressman Mendoza, who's here with us as well. And also from Office of Senator Angara, we have Ernesto Jacobe, Maria Celia Eleuterio, Elizabeth Marcelo, Glenda Senko, Kate Labitora, Toria, Pilita Castro, Henry Evangelista, and Lovely Cruz. These are the from Montalban, Rizal. Huh? Yes, guest of ibo-blow po yan ni Senator Angara. I'm sure makainin niya na masarap. And we have with us, Mr. President, the different ambassadors of the different areas. I believe we have the Philippine Ambassador to Poland, Philippine Ambassador to Germany, Philippine Ambassador to Turkey, Philippine Ambassador to Kenya, and I believe Philippine Ambassador to the Netherlands. I'm mistaken. Are there
Germany,
with us?
Germany.
And Germany as well.
Ambassador to Germany.
Yeah, they're here to touch base with the different members of the CA. I believe they're up for appointments on Wednesday, Mr. President. Mr. President, we move to recognize a distinguished gentleman from Sarangani. And before we do that, we'd like to put on record, today is the birthday of Senator Lauren Legarda, our Tita Ganda of the Senate. She is now officially 40 years old, according to her. And if everybody is invited to partake of a sumptuous late lunch in the lounge. But before we take part in the lounge, the sumptuous meal that she's prepared for us, and we have to also go into caucus, Mr. President, on the issue of budget. But before we do that, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Jensan. He's here with us today, and Sarangani, no other than the champion, once again, champion, world champion, Manny B. Pacquiao. Mr. President.
Senator Manny Pacquiao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a manifestation. I would like to thank all of you, my fellow senators, for the resolution of commendation and congratulations of my recent victory against Brunner. Nagpasalamat po ako ng malaki sa bayan Pilipino sa pagmamahal at suporta na ipinakita nila sa akin. Kayo po ang lahat ng aking inspirasyon, mga kababayan ko. I deeply appreciate your prayers, your love and support. Mr. President, I would also like to seize the opportunity to express my joy because today, January 28, the last Monday of the month, we celebrate the National Bible Holiday. a special working holiday in the Philippines by virtue of Republic Act 11163. President Duterte signed it into law on December 20, 2018, the 3 days after my 40th birthday. As the main author and sponsor of this legislation, I am grateful for the support of all our colleagues, partners, and staff in the Senate and the House of Representatives. The National Bible Day will be an annual celebration in the coming years. We will make the celebration bigger. We will invite and encourage our partners in the public and private sectors, as well as learning institutions, to celebrate in their own special way. Today, we all together declare that God's Word is a lamp unto our feet and a light into our path. We all need the Word of God to direct us and guide us in every area of our lives. Apart from God, we will stumble and fall. Apart from Him, we are nothing. But through Christ who gives us strength, we can do all things. We can face the giants. We can overcome obstacles. We can experience miracles. As it is written in 2 Timothy 3, verse 16 to 17, all Scripture is God's breath and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work. This is why every morning upon waking up, I kneel before God and pray. I take hold of my Bible and read the Word of God. No matter how busy I am, I read the Bible day and night. While I was in Las Vegas for my fight against Adrian Broner, I shared this. Those who attended the press conference, Mr. President, that is written in Jeremiah 9, verse 23-24. It says, "This is what the Lord says: Let not the wise boast about their wisdom, or the strong boast about their strength, or the rich boast about their riches. Let the one who boast about this, that they have the understanding to know me, that I am the Lord who exercises kindness, justice, and righteousness on earth. For in this I delight, declares the Lord." Mr. President, let us all together believe that God's grace will make the Philippines great again. With God, all things are possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that manifestation. Senator Pacquiao, Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a brief manifestation of congratulating our dear champ, especially that today we celebrate the National Bible Day. It is indeed a privilege to be part of this landmark legislation, especially coming from the Christian community. This morning, we had a great celebration hosted by no other than the champ himself, Senator Manny Pacquiao. And the Bible says in Matthew 4:4, "Men shall not live by bread alone, but by every word of God." And in 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 30, letter B, "Those who honor the Lord our God will be honored, but those who despise Him, they shall be disdained." And so let me just put on record that we thank every member of the Senate for supporting this very important measure. And I think as we honor the Lord, as He said, He will honor us, and He will be with us at any time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Pastor Joel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for a long Senate suspension for a few minutes to discuss.
Would you like to the journal first?
Yes, Mr. President, my apologies.
There are a number of bills for third reading. Shall we do that later?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 47th session, Wednesday, January 23, and consider the same as approved. I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I ask for a quick suspension just to talk to you, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to take up my previous motion, which is to have a suspension of session for our caucus, Mr. President, for the budget.
For an all-senator caucus.
For an all-senator caucus to discuss very important matters taken up during the BICAM, Mr. President.
All right, the motion is to suspend the session and convene in a caucus for an all-senator caucus in the Senator's Lounge. Any objection? Chair hears none. Session suspended.
ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move to, for the reference of business, Mr. President.
The Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business. Messages from the House of Representatives. Letters from the Acting Secretary General of the House of Representatives dated January 15, 2019, transmitting to the Senate the memoranda dated 14 and 15 January 2019 of the Honorable Speaker Gloria Macapagal Arroyo designating Representative Swan Singh, Vice Representative Pimentel, as Chairperson of the House of Representatives contingent to the Congressional Oversight Committee of the CTRP, and Representative Garin Jr., Vice the late Representative Batocabe, as member of the House of Representatives contingent to the Joint Congressional Power Commission created pursuant to Section 62 of RA number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
Letters from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 21 January 2019, it ratified the Conference Committee report and the dissenting votes on the following House bills. House number 6167 entitled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years, the franchise granted to the University of Mindanao doing business under the name and style of the University of Mindanao Broadcasting Network and UM Broadcasting Network under Republic Act number 8170 entitled An Act Granting the University of Mindanao a franchise to construct, establish, maintain, and operate radio broadcasting stations in the Philippines and for other purposes. House number 6169 entitled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years, a franchise granted to Philippine Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 7962 entitled An Act Granting the Philippine Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations within the Philippines and for other purposes. House number 6170 entitled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years, the franchise granted to RMC Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 8159 entitled An Act Granting the DXRA RMC Rizal Memorial Colleges Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, establish, operate, and maintain a commercial radio broadcasting station in the Philippines and for other purposes. House number 6315 entitled An Act Granting the Volunteer Life Care Ministries, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain non-commercial radio broadcasting stations in the Philippines. House number 6316 entitled An Act Granting Northeastern Broadcasting Services, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in Isabela Province and Region 2. House number 6707 entitled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years, the franchise granted to Raven Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 8084 entitled An Act Granting Raven Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, maintain, and operate radio and television broadcasting stations within Luzon and other areas in the Philippines where frequencies and/or channels are still available for radio and television broadcasting. And House number 6708 entitled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years, the franchise granted to Advanced Media Broadcasting System, Inc. under Republic Act number 8061 entitled An Act Granting the Advanced Media Broadcasting System, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
To the archives.
Committee reports. Committee report number 564, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship and Health and Demography on Senate number 2170, with Senators Binay and Pimentel III as authors thereof, entitled An Act Prohibiting the Use of BPA in Baby Food Packaging, Containers, and Other Child Care Articles, Providing for its Replacement with Safer Alternatives, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 1844, sponsor Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 565, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship and Finance on Senate number 2171, with Senators Gatchalian and Pimentel III as authors thereof, entitled An Act Strengthening and Modernizing the Warehouse Receipts Law of the Philippines in order to provide a legal framework in the Philippines that shall facilitate trade, commerce, and other related purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 1908, sponsor Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 566, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Local Government and Finance on Senate number 2172, with Senators Binay, Zubiri, De Lima, Angara, and Legarda as authors thereof, entitled An Act Establishing a Community-Based Monitoring System and Appropriating Funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 1667 and 2132, taking into consideration House number 8217, sponsor Senator Sani Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 567, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House number 7504, introduced by Representatives Pacquiao and Primicias Agabas, entitled an act declaring November 28 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Sarangani in commemoration of its founding anniversary, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsored Senator Sani Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 568, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 6820, introduced by Representative Marino et al., entitled, an act declaring July 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Batangas, province of Batangas, in commemoration of its founding anniversary, to be known as Batangas City Foundation Day, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsored Senator Sani Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 569, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 8112, introduced by Representative Olivares et al., entitled, an act declaring February 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila, in commemoration of its founding anniversary, recommending its approval with amendment, sponsored Senator Sani Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business. There is additional reference of business. You may proceed.
Additional reference of business, messages from the House of Representatives, letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 22nd January 2019, it designated Representatives Quaresma, Ting, Nograles, Villarica, Swansing, Noel, and Bertis III as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions, House Number 172, entitled, an act providing assistance to new graduates by waiving government fees and charges collected in connection with the issuance of documents required in their application for employment, and Senate Number 1629, entitled, an act waiving government fees and charges on the issuance of documents required in the application for employment of first-time job seekers.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that 22nd January 2019, it designated Representatives Quaresma, Ting, Laugan, Silverio, Tugna, Villaferte Jr., Villarin, and Bertis III as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Number 8784, entitled, an act increasing the benefits from service charges of rank and file and supervisory employees, amending for the purpose Article 96 of Presidential Decree Number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, and Senate Number 1299, entitled, an act providing that 100% of the service charge collected in hotels and other establishments be distributed to all covered employees and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 22nd January 2019, it designated Representatives Durano de Six, Cayetano, Biazon, De Venecia, Ortega, and Fortuna as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Number 8795, entitled, an act strengthening the National Museum of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 8492, otherwise known as the National Museum Act of 1998, and appropriating funds therefore, and Senate Number 1529, both entitled, an act strengthening the National Museum of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 8492, otherwise known as the National Museum Act of 1998, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 22nd January 2019, it designated Representatives Robes, Veloso, Del Mar, Salceda as additional conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes of House Number 8169, entitled, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2019, and for other purposes.
The Committee on Rules.
Letters from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 22nd January 2019, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 8628, entitled, an act transferring the Philippine National Police Academy, PNPA, the National Police Training Institute, NPTI, from the Philippine Public Safety College, PPSC, to the Philippine National Police, PNP, amending for the purpose Section 24, 35, 66, and 67 of Republic Act Number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990, as amended, and Senate Number 1898, entitled, an act amending Section 66 and 67 of Republic Act Number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
To the Archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 22nd January 2019, it concurred with the Senate amendments to House Number 8055, entitled, an act dividing the province of Palawan into 3 provinces, namely Palawan del Norte, Palawan Oriental, and Palawan del Sur.
To the Archives.
Bills on first reading. Senate Number 2173, entitled, an act allowing the use of motorcycles of public utility vehicles, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 4136, otherwise known as the Land Transportation and Traffic Code, introduced by Senator Recto.
To the Committee on Public Services.
Senate number 2174 entitled An Act Establishing Safety and Cleanliness Standards for Public Indoor Play Areas, introduced by Senator Marie Lourdes Nancy S. Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Health, Women. Health and Women.
Resolutions. PS Resolution number 1000 entitled Resolution Directing the Appropriate Senate Committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the failure of most local government units to build Bahay Pag-asa centers in their respective jurisdictions and on reports that existing centers are worse than prisons and operated under subhuman conditions despite adequate funding under the law, introduced by Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Women.
Committee reports. Committee report number 570, submitted jointly by the Committees on Education, Arts and Culture, and Finance on House number 6382, introduced by Representative Gonzales et al., entitled An Act Establishing an Integrated School in Barangay Mauay, City of Mandaluyong, to be known as the Senate President Neptali A. Gonzales Integrated School, and appropriating funds, therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 571, submitted by the Committee on Education, Arts and Culture on House number 8084, introduced by Representative Gomez et al., entitled An Act Rectifying the Period to Constitute the Search Committee for the Presidency of the Palumpon Institute of Technology and extending the deadline for its compliance with the requirements of the Commission on Higher Education for conversion into a state university, thereby amending sections 9 and 25 of Republic Act number 10599, recommending its approval without amendments, Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 572, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Ways and Means and Finance on Senate number 2175, with Senators Angara, Poe, Villanueva, Ejercito, De Lima, and Legarda as authors thereof, entitled An Act Providing for a Magna Carta for Workers, Enterprises and Organizations, the Informal Economy, and providing mechanisms for recognition, integration, and transition to the formal economy, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 309, 1135, and 1376, sponsor Senator Joel Villanueva.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 573, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Science and Technology, Civil Service, Government Organization and Professional Regulation, Ways and Means and Finance on Senate number 2176, with Senator Soto III, Ejercito, and Aquino IV as authors thereof, entitled An Act Providing for Comprehensive Atomic Regulation, creating for the purpose the Philippine Atomic Regulatory Commission, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 1352 and 1959, sponsor Senator Paulo Benigno Bam Aquino IV.
To the calendar for ordinary business. There is a second additional reference of business.
Second additional reference of business, bill on first reading, Senate number 2177, entitled An Act Increasing the Excise Tax on Tobacco Products and amending for the purpose 145 or Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the Tax Reform Act of 1997 as amended by Republic Act number 9334 and Republic Act number 10351, and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Win Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Committee report. Committee report number 574, submitted by the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs on House number 1341, introduced by the Representative Acop et al., entitled An Act Renaming the Hilltop Rizal Philippine National Police PNP Command in the Municipality of Taytay, Province of Rizal, as Camp General Licerio Geronimo, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Lacson.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 6168. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. President, the status is over the period of interpellation. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, to sponsor the measure, Mr. President, or to defend the measure.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, there's no member who wishes to interpellate the measure. I move to close the period of interpellation. So moved.
Any objection? There being none, the period of interpellations is hereby closed.
Mr. President, we recognize the good lady senator for the period of opening the period of amendments, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized for the period of amendments.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to withdraw the committee amendments that were proposed in committee report number 469 and revert to the House version. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Kasi may committee report.
Mr. President, as an individual amendment on page 4, line 19, insert new provisions. Section 9, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job trainings in their franchise operation, provided that priority shall be accorded to the residents where their principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall follow the applicable labor standards and allowance entitlement under existing laws, rules, and regulation, and similar issuances, provided finally that the employment opportunities or jobs created shall be reflected in the general information sheet to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission annually. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is adopted.
On page 4, section 10, be renumbered and make it section 11. Then on lines 24 to 25, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part and whether, retain the word simultaneously, and delete the phrase or contemporaneously. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Then on line 27, delete the colon after the word Philippines and replace it with a period followed by the deletion of the words provided that. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none, motion is approved. Adopted.
On page 5, line 2, delete the colon after the word transaction and replace it with a period, followed by deletion of the words provided further that, and finally capitalize F of failure of the next sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
And lastly, on page 5, lines 3 to 4, delete the colon after the word revoked and replace it with period, followed by the deletion of words provided finally that, and capitalize letter A of any of the next sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
No further individual amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendments is hereby closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6168. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill, House Bill 6168 is approved in second reading.
I move to suspend consideration of the same, Mr. President.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 5715. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, consideration is in order.
Do you recognize the good sponsor, Senator Grace Poe? And for the record, Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate this measure. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, period of interpolation is closed.
I move to open the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Period of amendments is open and Senator Pro is recognized.
Mr. President, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to withdraw the committee amendments that were proposed in committee report number 473 and revert to the House version. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Mr. President, as an individual amendment on page 4, line 18, insert new provisions, section 10, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job trainings in their franchise operation, provided that the priority shall be accorded to the residents where their principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall follow the applicable labor standards and allowance settlement under existing laws, rules and regulation, and similar issuances, provided finally that the employment opportunities or jobs created shall be reflected in the general information sheet to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission annually. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On page 5, section 10, be renumbered and make it section 11. Then on lines 22 to 24,
Page 4 is
on-
section 10.
on page 5, section 10,
Page 5. You're talking about committee report 473. The copy that I have says section 10 is in page 4.
Yes, Committee Report 473. On page 5, section 10. Be renumbered and make it section 11.
It's page 4, section 10. Section,
I think it's page, in my record, sir, it says page 5, section 10.
let's forget the page.
Okay.
Let's do the numbering. You're talking
Okay.
of section 10.
Yeah, section 10.
Let's renumber section
Be
10.
renumbered and make it section 11.
All right. Any
Then-
objection? There being none, the amendment is adopted.
Then on lines 23 to 24, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part and whether. Retain the word simultaneously and delete the phrase or contemporaneously. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Then on line 26, delete the colon after the word Philippines and replace it with a period followed by the deletion of the words provided that. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On page 5, line 1, delete the colon after the word transaction and replace it with a period followed by the deletion of the words provided further that, and finally capitalize F of failure of the next sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
And lastly, on line 2 to 3, delete the colon, and lastly, on lines 2 to 3, delete the colon after the word revoked and replace it with a period followed by the deletion of the words provided finally, that, and capitalize letter A of any of the next sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
No further individual amendments, Mr.
With
President.
that, Mr. President, we move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendment is closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5715. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5715 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5558. This is an act granting Golden Nation Network franchise to construct, operate radio, TV, broadcasting stations within the Philippines. I move that there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. I move to close the period of interpolation, Mr. President.
We'd like to approve the motion to consider.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And the motion is to...
Now is to move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, period of interpolation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we recognize the good sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, on the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, with the permission again of the body, I move to withdraw the committee amendments that were proposed in Committee Report number 474 and revert to the House version. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, proposed amendment is approved.
Mr. President, as an individual amendment on page 4, 924, insert new provisions. Section 9, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job trainings in their franchise operation, provided that priority shall be accorded to the residents where their principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall follow the applicable labor standards and allowance entitlement under existing laws, rules and regulation, and similar issuances, provided finally that the employment opportunities or jobs created shall be reflected in the general information sheet to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission annually. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Section 11, be numbered and make it Section 12. Then on page 5...
Sorry, number.
Then on page 5, on lines 1 and 2, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part, and whether retain the word simultaneously, and delete the phrase or contemporaneously. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Then on page 5, line 3, delete the colon after the word Philippines and replace it with a period, followed by the deletion of the words provided that, I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On page 5, on line 7, delete the colon after the word transaction and replace it with a period followed by the deletion of the words provided further that. And finally, capitalize letter F of failure of the next sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The chair hears none, amendment is adopted.
And lastly, on the same page, line 9, delete the colon after the word revoked and replace it with period followed by the deletion of words provided finally, that, and capitalize letter A of any of the next sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved, amendment is adopted.
No further individual amendments, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5558. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill 5558 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7199.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
This is an act renewing for another 25 years franchise granted to Delta Broadcasting System for radio and TV. Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. We move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Grace Poe for the period of amendments.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, on page 5, Section 10, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job trainings in their franchise operation, provided that priority shall be accorded to the residents where their principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall follow the applicable labor standards and allowance entitlement under existing labor laws, rules and regulations and similar issuances, provided finally that the employment opportunities or jobs created shall be reflected in the general information sheet to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission annually. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Renumber the sections accordingly, Mr. President. I so move.
So renumbered.
There are no more individual amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with that, we move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection?
Ilan pa?
Before we act on the motion, you are not amending the
Yes.
usual amendment on
Yes.
line 20 and 22 and 23?
Yes, Mr. President, because it's already been reflected, having moved forward from the time that we had all of those questions, so we already incorporated it in our committee reports.
In other words, this probably was a later version where they already put in the committee report the new amendments.
Yung mga nauna po, Mr. President, hindi pa na-cure yung provision na yon. But the later ones that we conducted in our committee hearings, we already incorporated the changes as advised also by our colleagues and you, Mr. President.
Why is it still here? Look at line 20 of page 5. And then page 22, line 22.
Yes, for 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Platoon Delta. Yung isa dito si ABCP. We have to give it to them. Here, si ABCP nandito. Catholic Bishops Conference.
CBCP.
This is the...
Sabihin nyo kay ano, hindi nyo kay Mix sa English. Yeah, hindi si ano. Ano eh? Sabihin mo. Ito, ito.
Party look na, party look. Ready na, ready. Ready to strip. Pagod pa ako.
So ito wala na muna to. Ano pa to? Additional.
Oh.
So is it the same?
Full body, full body. The best one. You're not up for it.
Fix naman, fix naman yun.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Yes, Mr. President, I move to reconsider my earlier amendment of closing the period of amendments. My
Any
earlier
objection?
motion,
Any objection? There being none, the period of amendments is reconsidered.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
On page 5, line 17, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part and whether. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 20, after the word Philippines, insert a period, delete the colon and phrase provided that, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase Congress shall be informed of any sale, lease, transfer, grant of use of rock, or assignment of franchise, or the rights and privileges acquired thereunder, or of the merger or transfer of the controlling interest of the grantee within 60 days after the completion of the said transaction. Also in line 20, capitalize letter A in the word any. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 22, delete the colon and phrase provided finally that after the word revoked and capitalize letter A in the word any. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 22, delete the word finally after the word provided. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Renumber the sections accordingly, Mr. President.
So renumbered.
There are no more individual amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to close the period of amendments.
Ano na yung next?
I so move.
What about the phrase or contemporaneously? You are leaving it here? It is on page 5, line 18.
One minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Ganun.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
So I move for my previous motion, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? There being none, amendments, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7199. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill 7199 is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move to resume consideration House Bill number 7754. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
This is an act renewing another 25 years of franchise granted to First Love Broadcasting Network. Mr. President, I move, there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished sponsor for the period of amendments.
Senator Poe is recognized for the period of amendments.
Mr. President, on page 5, after line 6, insert new provisions, which shall read as follows. Commitment to provide and Section 9, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job trainings in their franchise operation, provided that priority shall be accorded to the residents where their principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall follow the applicable labor standards and allowance settlement under existing labor laws, rules, and regulations, and similar issuances, provided finally that the employment opportunities or jobs created shall be reflected in the general information sheet to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, lines 19 and 20, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part, and whether. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, lines 22 to 24, after the word Philippines, insert a period and delete the semicolon and phrase provided that such transfer, sale, or issuance is in accordance with any applicable constitutional limitation, provided finally that, and in lieu thereof, insert Congress shall be informed of any sale, lease, or transfer, grant, or use of rock, or assignment of franchise, or the rights and privileges acquired thereunder, or of the merger or transfer of the controlling interest of the grantee within 60 days after the completion of the said transaction. Failure to report to Congress such change of ownership shall render the franchise ipso facto revoked. Also on line 24, capitalize letter A in the word any. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Renumber the sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
So renumbered.
I have no more further individual amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with that, we move to close the period of amendments. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7754. I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 7754 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, move to resume consideration House Bill number 6754. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
This is an act renewing the franchise granted to Ultrasonic Broadcasting System for radio and television network stations. Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for the amendments.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
On page 4, after line 27, insert new provision which shall read as follows. Commitment to, Section 9, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job trainings in their franchise operation, provided that the priority shall be accorded to the residents where their principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall follow the applicable labor standards and allowance entitlement under existing labor laws, rules and regulations, and similar issuances, provided finally that the employment opportunities or jobs created shall be reflected in the general information sheet to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission annually. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On page 5, line 7, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part and whether. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 10, after the word Philippines, insert a period, delete the colon and phrase provided that. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 15, after the word transaction, delete the colon and the phrase provided further that, and capitalize letter F in the word failure. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The chair hears none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 17, after the word revoked, delete the colon and phrase provided finally that and capitalize letter A in the word any. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Renumber the sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
So renumbered.
No more? Without, Mr. President, there are no other amendments? We can close the period of amendments, Mr. President. I move to close.
All right, any objection? There being none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6754. So moved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 6754 is approved in second reading.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7386. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Is an act renewing another 25 years, the franchise granted to Andres Bonifacio College Broadcasting System. Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, period of interpolation is closed.
We recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for the amendments.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, the following are the committee amendments. On page 5, after line 11, insert new provisions that will read as follows. Section 10, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job trainings in their franchise operation, provided that priority shall be accorded to the residents where their principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall follow the applicable labor standards and allowance entitlement under existing labor laws, rules and regulations, and similar issuances, provided finally that the employment opportunities or jobs created shall be reflected in the general information sheet to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission annually. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, lines 18 and 19, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part, and whether, and or contemporaneously.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, lines 21 to 23, after the word Philippines, insert a period and delete the semicolon and phrase provided that such transfer, sale, or issuance is in accordance with any applicable constitutional limitation, provided finally that in lieu thereof, insert Congress shall be informed of any sale, lease, or transfer, grant of use of prop or assignment of franchise or the rights and privileges acquired thereunder, or of the merger or transfer of the controlling interest of the grantee within 60 days after the completion of the said transaction. Failure to report such to Congress such change of ownership shall render the franchise ipso facto revoked. Also in line 23, capitalize letter A in the word any. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Please renumber accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
So renumbered.
President, no other amendments to be proposed. I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendments closed.
President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7386. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 7386 is approved in second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 5654. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, this is a act granting legislative franchise to Cotabato Electric Cooperative to construct, establish, operate, maintain distribution system in the municipalities and areas of Cotabato. Mr. President, there are no member who wishes to interpolate this measure. I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for her amendments.
Senator Poe is recognized.
On page 4, after line 12, insert new provision that shall read as follows and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. Section 8, commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. The grantee shall create employment opportunities and shall allow on-the-job trainings in their franchise operation, provided that priority shall be accorded to the residents where the principal office is located, provided further that the grantee shall follow the applicable labor standards and allowance entitlement under existing labor laws, rules and regulations, similar issuances, provided finally that the employment opportunities or jobs created shall be reflected in the general information sheet to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission annually. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On page 5, line 29, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part and whether. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 3, after the word Philippines, insert a period, delete the colon, and phrase provided that. I so move, Mr.
That's
President.
page 6, no?
On
You're on
the
page 6.
On the same page.
No,
On
page
page 5.
six.
That's
Page
yeah,
6.
page 6. Page
Page
6.
6, yes. Any
Line-
objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 7, after the word transaction, delete the phrase until line 8, and on line 9, capitalize letter F in the word failure.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 10, after the word revoke, delete the colon and phrase provided, finally, that, and capitalize letter A in the word any. I
Any
so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Number accordingly. Please number accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Sorry numbered. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with that, we move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 5654. So moved.
Any objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5654 is approved in second reading.
Mr. President, I
1
move
minute
we
suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Kailan pa ito? Ha?
Sabi ko sa inyo eh.
ready to resume. Yeah, sorry. Mr. President. No. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, the request of the good distinguished sponsor of the Public Service Committee that we skip number 25 and move to number 26, as that has still some amendments. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration House Bill number 8155. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration, Mr. Minister, is in order.
This is the franchise granting 25 years extension to the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines. This must be Radio Veritas. Mr. President, there are no member who wishes to interpolate the measure. I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for the amendments.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized for the period of amendments.
An act renewing for, Mr. President, the Committee of Public Services has considered the bill and with the following recommendation, the following changes are recommended on page 6, line 3, delete the phrase whether as a whole or in part. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 4, delete the words and whether. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, lines 6 and 7, after the word Philippines, insert a period and delete the phrase "and compliance with legal requirements stipulated in other statutes," and in lieu thereof, insert a new phrase, "Congress shall be informed of any sale, lease, transfer, grant of use of rock, or assignment of franchise, or the rights and privileges acquired thereunder, or of the merger or transfer of the controlling interest of the grantee within 60 days after the completion of the said transaction. Failure to report to Congress such change of ownership shall render the franchise ipso facto revoked." Also on line 7, after the word statutes and colon, delete the words "provided that" and capitalize letter A in the word "any." I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 26, before the word "any," insert the phrase "except for taxes and customs duties." I so move, Mr. President.
Line,
On the same page, page 6 and 7, line 26.
line 26, page 6.
Page ano yun? Page 6.
All right. Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Please number accordingly. That would be all, Mr. President.
Sorry numbered. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, without no other amendments, move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8155. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 8155 is approved in second reading.
Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, finally, I move to assume consideration House Bill number 8157.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
There are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? There being none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for the amendments.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized for the period of amendments.
Mr. President, on page 6, line 3, delete the phrase "whether as a whole or in part." I so move.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
On the same page, line 4, delete the words "and whether." I so move. On the same page, on page 6.
Page 6, line
4,
4.
delete
And
the
whether,
words
yes.
"and whether."
Any objection? There being none,
So
amendment
moved.
is adopted.
On the same page, lines 6 and 7, after the word Philippines, insert a period and delete the phrase "and compliance with legal requirements stipulated in other statutes," and in lieu thereof, insert a new phrase, "Congress shall be informed of any sale, lease, transfer, grant of use of rock, or assignment of franchise, or the rights and privileges acquired thereunder, or of the merger or transfer of the controlling interest of the grantee within 60 days after the completion of the said transaction. Failure to report to Congress such change of ownership shall render the franchise ipso facto revoked." Also on line 7, after the word "statutes" and colon, delete the word "provided that" and capitalize letter A in the word "any." I so move, Mr. President.
Any period before any. Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
On page 7, line 10, before the word "any," insert the phrase "except for taxes and custom duties." I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is adopted.
Please number accordingly, Mr. President. That will be all. Thank you.
So renumbered. Majority Leader.
President, there being no other amendments, we move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendment is closed.
Mr. President, move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8157.
Any objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 8157 is approved in second reading.
Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we take up additional reference of business, the third additional reference.
There is a third additional reference of business. The Secretary will proceed.
Third additional reference of business, bills on first reading. Senate number 2178 entitled, An Act Converting the Siargao District Hospital in the province of Surigao del Norte into a Level 3 General Hospital to be known as the Siargao Island Medical Center and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito.
Refer to the Committees on Health, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate number 2179 entitled, An Act Increasing the Bed Capacity of Jose B. Lingad Memorial General Hospital in San Fernando, Pampanga from 500 to 1,000, upgrading its services and facilities and professional health care, authorizing the increase of its medical personnel and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
Senate number 2180 entitled, An Act Allowing the Use of Motorcycles as Public Utility Vehicles, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 4136 or the Land Transportation and Traffic Code, introduced by Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services.
Senate number 2181 entitled, An Act Making the Position of a Cooperatives Officer Mandatory in the Municipal, City, and Provincial Levels, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
Refer to the Committee on Local Government.
Senate number 2182 entitled, An Act to Develop the Rubber Industry, establishing for the purpose the Philippine Rubber Industry Development Board, defining its powers and functions and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
Refer to the Committees on Agriculture and Finance.
Senate number 2183 entitled, An Act Creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Municipality of Liloy, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14J Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, as amended, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
Refer to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
Resolutions, PS Resolution number 1001 entitled, Resolution Expressing the Sense of the Senate to strongly condemn the January 27, 2019 bombings of the Holo Cathedral, to condole with the families of the victims, and to urge all law enforcement agencies to immediately solve this crime, introduced by Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
To the Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution number 1002 entitled, Resolution Expressing the Sense of the Senate to declare every first Thursday of February starting this year and every year thereafter as the National Synchronized Interfaith National Prayers for Peace and Reconciliation, introduced by Senator Soto III.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report. Committee report number 575 submitted by the Committee on Public Services on House number 8630, introduced by Representative Kimbo et al. Entitled, An Act Renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to ABC Development Corporation, presently known as TV5 Network Inc., under Republic Act number 7831, entitled, An Act Granting ABC Development Corporation under business name Associated Broadcasting Company a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines, recommending its approval with amendments taking into consideration Senate number 2129, sponsor Senator Grace Poe.
With the calendar of ordinary business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to calendar of special orders. Committee report number 575 under House Bill number 8630. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, so transferred.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we consider House Bill number 8630. I so move.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of the measure is in order.
May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8630, An Act Renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to ABC Development Corporation, presently known as TV5 Network Inc. under Republic Act number 7831, entitled, An Act Granting ABC Development Corporation under business name Associated Broadcasting Company a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, to sponsor the measure.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. President, I am proud to sponsor House Bill number 8379. Mr. President, this is the renewal of the congressional franchise granted under Republic Act 7831 to TV5 Network Incorporated. The Committee on Public Services has taken notice that TV5 Network has provided its viewers in the country with a well-balanced array of programming and information consisting of accurate news, entertainment programs, sports coverage, and other informative contents geared towards the education of the citizenry. It has also provided employment to many of our Filipino workers, particularly for those in the entertainment industry as well as in sports. As an improvement, the committee has added a provision for the creation of more employment, jobs, opportunities, and apprenticeships. This provision is a recognition that the franchise is also a tool for economic development, trabaho, at marami pang trabaho para sa ating mga kababayan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Your Honor, unless my hearing is impaired, you are pertaining to House Bill A630.
Yes. Yes, Mr. President, this is House Bill number 8630.
All right, we'll make the correction.
It's the
House
Act
Bill
for the
86.
TV5 franchise.
It's I-8630. All right.
Yes.
So,
That's correct,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of the good sponsor, if I can be made also co-sponsor and co-author of the measure. Co-sponsor of the measure, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Can I be made co-sponsor? Yeah, it's okay, we correct it.
Co-sponsor.
Yeah, can it be made co-sponsor? Thank you, Mr.
Co-sponsor.
President. And not to mention that the franchise of TV5, or the TV5, Your Honor, is the #1 sports station in the country. That's where I catch up on all my sports news, Mr. President. With that, we move to suspend consideration of the measure, Mr. President.
Did the sponsor say she agrees that you are a co-sponsor?
Yes, sir.
I did not hear her.
Mr. President, yes, I will gladly accommodate them, and I believe that all the others here share the same sentiments, that the majority leader will include all of them.
Co-sponsor.
Co-sponsor, all members present, Mr. President,
All right.
including yourself.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So, now, what is the previous question now, Senator?
So with that,
the
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader?
with the approval of our co-sponsorship with all the members present, we move to suspend consideration of the same.
All right, any objection? Motion is approved.
May I ask for a quick suspension, Mr. President, to ask our colleagues? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Which bill is that?
Session is suspended. Alin? Wala man lang. No.
Yes,
Tama.
yes. Na-promise na kasi ako.
Mura.
For labor.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to calendar of special orders. Committee report number 572.
Senate Bill number
Under Senate Bill number 2175. But here in our list, it's 309, Mr. President, so we have to just Reconcile. I so move, Mr.
Any objection? There being none, so transferred.
Mr. President, I move with the consent of our colleagues that we consider Senate Bill number
2175.
2175 under Committee Report number 570.
Any objection? There being none, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, we ask the Secretary to read the title.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2175, an act providing for a Magna Carta for workers, enterprises, and organizations in the informal economy and providing mechanisms for recognition, integration, and transition to the formal economy.
Majority Leader.
President, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Ginoong Pangulo, mga kasama, isa pong malaking karangalan para sa inyong lingkod bilang pinuno ng Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development na sponsor ang Committee Report number 572 na naglalaman ng Senate Bill number 2175 at may layuning ipagkaloob ang Magna Carta para sa mga kababayan nating manggagawa na kabilang sa tinatawag na informal economy. Lubha pong makasaysayan ang araw ito, Ginoong Pangulo, dahil sa loob po ng mahigit 14 na taon, sa wakas, umabot na po dito sa plenaryo ang Magna Carta for Workers in the Informal Economy o ang MACWI Bill. Kaya uunahin ko pong pasalamatan ang aking mga kaibigan at proud seatmate, walang iba kundi sina Senator J.V. Ercito at Senator Sani Angara at maging si Senator Grace po na kung saan ay noong pang 17th Congress, noong pa Mr. President at ngayong 17th Congress ay patuloy na ipinapanukala ang batas na ito. Sadya pong panahon na para maisabatas ang Magna Carta for Workers in the Informal Economy Bill. Lalo na't hindi naman po bumababa ang bilang ng mga kababayan nating nasa informal sector. Bagkos, pataas po ito ng pataas. Noong isang taon, ang annual labor force participation ng bansa ay nasa 60.9% ng 71.3 million ng mga Pilipino na 15 years of age pataas. Katumbas po yan ng 43.5 million na economically active population o yung pinagsamang may trabaho at walang trabaho. Subalit, ang mas mahalagang tanong po ay ito, Ginoong Pangulo. Ilan sa 43.5 milyong manggagawa sa Pilipinas ang nasa informal sector? Kung susundan po natin ang pag-aaral ng Philippine Institute for Development Studies, sa mahigit 40 milyong may trabaho, 7.7 million lamang ang nasa formal sector, samantalang 33 million ang nasa informal sector. Kung titingnan naman po natin ang bilang ng mga enterprise sa bansa, napakaliit din po ng porsyento lamang ang bumubuo sa mga large at medium enterprise na may 0.9% lamang. Ang small enterprises ay 9.2%. At ang micro-enterprises kung saan matatagpuan ang karamihan ng mga informal workers ay 89.9%. Mr. President, the informal economy covers all economic activities by workers and economic units that are in law or in practice not covered or insufficiently covered by laws or formal arrangements. Hence, informal employment refers to an employment arrangement in the formal or informal sectors or in households that have no formal guarantees on legal protection. Sa madali pong salita, sila ang mga unregistered, unlicensed, and unregulated na mga individual o enterprise at kalimitang nag-e-empleyo ng kanilang mga pamilya, kapamilya, kamag-anak, at iba pa. Wala po silang proteksyon sa batas, Ginoong Pangulo. Sila po yung mga tindera sa bangketa na may tulak-tulak na kariton. Yun pong mga nagkakarinderya, nagsasari-sari store, yung mga padyak at tricycle driver na nakaparada sa halos lahat po ng kanto ng buong bansa. Sa mga terminal naman po ng bus, sa mga pandalan, sa tapat po ng mga eskwelahan, malls at kung saan maraming kumpulan ng mga tao, andyan din po mga kababayan nating takatak, nagbebenta ng salmalamig, banana Q, fishball, goto at sari-sari mga street food. Hindi ko pa po nababanggit, Mr. President, ang mga volunteer rescue operation workers na paborito ni Senator Gordon, na tuwing panahon ng sakuna o kalamidad na walang mga benepisyo, kaya sa panahon ng aksidente, pagkakasakit at kamatayan ay wala din pong mapagkunan. Mas marami pa po kung isasama natin ang mga agricultural worker at mga mangingisda, ang mga sakada, ang mga nasa construction, ang mga karpinterong arawan o pakyawan, ang mga home workers, ang mga mangangalakal ng basura. Mr. President, 80% po ng ating mga manggagawa ang nasa underground economy. Hindi po kalabisan kung sasabihin babagsak ang ating ekonomiya kung titigil sa kanilang mga aktibidad ang mga manggagawa sa informal na sektor. Sa laki po ng kanilang bilang, hindi po ba dapat lang na bigyan natin sila ng pagkilala sa ating mga batas? Hindi po ba dapat lang na tulungan natin silang mag-transition sa formal economy kung saan makakatanggap rin sila ng proteksyon at mga karapatang tinatamasa ng mga manggagawa sa mga registered na mga negosyo at mga korporasyon? Mr. President, the proposed Magna Carta provides that workers in informal economy will be entitled to all the rights provided by law, including, number 1, the right to a living wage and equal remuneration for work of equal value without distinction of any kind. The right to basic services, including affordable medical care, reproductive and other health services, low-cost housing, water, sanitation, electricity, and transport. The right to equal access to education, skills training, and economic resources to develop self-reliance, especially of children and young persons without any discrimination. The right of self-organization and to collectively negotiate with government and other entities in the promotion of their welfare and advancement of their interests free from any political interference. And last but not the least, the right to adequate standard of living for workers and their families, adequate food, clothing, shelter, and the continuous improvement of such standard. Mr. President, ilang metro lamang po dito sa kinatatayuan natin ay isang manggagawang kabilang sa informal na sektor. Ang tinutukoy ko po ay walang iba kung hindi si Aling Remedios, Aling Medi Camposanto. Tindera po ng daing at tinapa. 10 taon na po siyang nakapwesto dyan sa covered walk malapit sa main gate ng ating Senado. 70 taong gulang na po si Aling Medi ngayon. Kung tutusin, dapat retirado na po siya. Araw-araw, bit-bit po niya ang 2 bayong ng mga produkto niyang isda. Bumabiyahe po siya mula sa kanyang bahay doon sa Rosario, Cavite. Wala po silang social protection benefits tulad ng SSS, Pag-ibig at PhilHealth. At hindi rin po sila sakop ng ating labor code. Kaya si Aling Medi, hindi po makakaranas magpensyon. Ang laborer at anak naman po ni Aling Medi ay hindi rin sakop ng minimum wage, overtime at holiday pay, at iba pang mga benepisyong tinatadhana ng ating labor code. Lalong-lalong hindi po siya sakop ng ipinasa nating batas, yung pong Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law, dahil hindi naman po sila sakop ng mga ginagawang labor inspection ng Department of Labor and Employment. Ang masaklap pa po, Mr. President, ilang beses na po di umanong na-demolish ang kanyang pwesto noon. Ang pasasalamat lang po niya ay pumayag po ang Senado, ang liderato ng Senado, na makapagbenta po siya, dyan po sa may labas, sa may covered walk po natin. Mapalad rin po ang ating mga empleyado sapagkat dito sa Senado, paglabas po nila ng opisina, may mabibilhan po sila ng mura na panghapunan. Marami na pong pag-aaral ang nagsasabi na interdependent ang informal at formal economy. Kaya lang po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa maraming pagkilos ng gobyerno noon at maging hanggang ngayon, tila gusto natin silang lipulin dahil sa mga ginagawang demolition, sidewalk clearing operations, pagkumpiska ng kanilang mga paninda, motor at mga kagamitan sa pagninegosyo. Tingnan niyo po ang larawang ito, Ginoong Pangulo. Bago magdemolisyon, buhay na buhay po ang economic activity sa lugar, pero sa marami pong dahilan, kailangan mag-clearing operation. Ngayon, wala nang makapagnegosyo at makapagtrabaho ang informal sector po dyan. Ito rin po, ilang beses ko na pong nakasabay sa highway ang parehong sitwasyon ipinapakita sa larawang ito kung saan ang mga opisyalis ng isang LGU dito po sa Metro Manila ay hila-hila ang mahigit kumulang 20 tricycle na pinagdugtong-dugtong ng isang lubid para walang makawala papunta kung saan man sila i-impound. Hindi po ba dapat ay may maayos na pagbalanse ang LGU para mapangalagaan din po ang karapatang maghanap buhay ng mga mamamayang nasa informal economy at pangangailangan ng kaayusan? Salamat na lang po at may ilan din pong LGUs naman na may progresibong pananaw at nagsasagawa ng regular na night markets para sa mga informal sector vendor at nagtatalaga ng lugar kung saan pwede naman silang magbenta o di kaya lugar kung saan lang pwedeng magbiyahe ang mga tricycle. Ang kaayusan po ay ang paglalagay ng klarong sistema at programa. Hindi po ang pagkukumpiska sa kanilang motor, gamit, pangkabuhayan o ang kanilang mga paninda. Sa akin pong pananaw, magandang tignang halimbawa, yung pong sa Bangkok, Thailand. Sa pagbibigay po ng puwang para sa kanilang informal sector sa pamamagitan ng mga naglalakihang night markets na naging tourist attractions pa nga po. At hindi rin nga po lingid sa ating kaalaman na malaki ang maiaambag sa ating ekonomiya kung sila ay bibigyan puwang para lumago, makapagbigay po ng trabaho, at alternatibong kabuhayan sa nakararaming hindi makapasok sa mga pagawaan. Ang pagsasabatas po ng MACWI ay pagtalima sa ating bansa, ng ating bansa sa International Labor Organization Recommendation number 204 na nilagdaan kasama po ang Pilipinas noong 2015. Mr. President, it's very hard to imagine that while we are exerting our efforts to amend our labor code of the Philippines to make it attuned to the times, there are workers in this country who will never enjoy these reforms. They will never enjoy these reforms unless we give them recognition within our legal framework and unless we bring them from informal employment into the mainstream of the Philippine economy. Layunin po ng inyong Committee on Labor na tapusin na ang mahabang panahon kung saan po ang trabaho o kabuhayan ng malaking bilang ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay hindi kinikilala o binibigyang halaga. Sana po, isabatas natin ang MACWI. Maraming salamat and may God bless us all.
Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the diligent and brilliant chairman of the Senate Committee on Labor for mentioning us in his speech. But most of all, we thank him for finally sponsoring this bill on the floor. This bill was not sponsored in the previous Congress, and it slept in committee for 3 years, sadly. And I was filing this measure since my first term as a congressman in the 13th Congress. And I think the first time it was filed was the 12th Congress, Mr. President. It is now the 17th Congress. And Senator Joel has gone from congressman to Secretary of TESDA to Senate top-notcher. But finally, thanks to him, we have the promise, at least, because I understand in the House, the bill has not even made it to first base. But at the very least, there is the prospect of it being legislated, and we thank him very much for that. And ito talaga yung dapat tulungan ng ating Kamara, Mr. President. Ito yung mga walang proteksyon, hindi nila alam, walang tiyak na kinabukasan sapagkat wala po silang bank account, wala po silang pag-ibig, wala silang PhilHealth, wala silang SSS o GSIS. Literally, isang kahig, isang tuka po sila, Mr. President. So thank you, Senator Joel, for giving them hope.
Thank you, Senator Angara. We recognize Senator Dick Gordon.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I join my good friend Sani Angara, son of a great senator. Hopefully he will be a greater senator than his father. And in giving an accolade of support for the son of a great preacher. And I hope he lives by his preachings. And I know he does. Not just basketball. But let me just point out, Mr. President, that I join him heartily because this is a bill whose time has come. And it has come because there are many, many people in our country that are impoverished. And you know what I've always said, poverty is an absence of choice. When one has no choice, he has to take whatever is available, whatever is offered him. He goes through traffic, he fights all the vicissitudes of a very limited salary, trying to get his children to get an education, maghihirap para makakuha ng edukasyon, para makabili ng pagkain sa mga bata, at para mapahal ng wasto ang mga anak. Pero that is what he is, a contractual employee. Now many great fortunes have been made in this country. As you know, the papers were full of newspaper articles of a man I respect, Henry C. But in reality, also, like any yin and yang in Chinese, there's a yang. There was success in building a great empire, but there's a yang. A lot of people have worked in that company and they were contractuals. Actually, I am not saying nothing that nobody knows. Everybody knows that. And everybody realizes that we have to get rid of this, just as the Roosevelts or Teddy Roosevelt in the United States before broke down the back of those who were exploiting labor in the mining strike, the great mining strike, I think in the 1900s, where the owners of the mines are really practically grilling all the miners to the ground. Talagang pinapahirapan yung mga minero at ang kanilang interest ang ginagawa sapagkat hawak nila ang lahat ng mina, pati mga train, pati lahat. Ganoon rin sa oil business. So today, itong ginawa ngayon na pinaabot na natin ngayon sa Senado, itong sponsorship itong batas na ito, is a game changer, so to speak. And I'd like to say that all of us in the Senate must support this if we are worthy to be called the Senate of the people of this country. Because that is what the Senate is, a forum. It's not the court of last resort, but certainly the resort by many people who cannot defend themselves, who cannot speak for themselves. Hindi makapagsalita, natatakot. Sa pagsalita ka, tanggal ka sa trabaho. So it is so important na itong batas na ito ay bigyan natin ng pansin ng gusto. Although ngayon, last 2 minutes na itong 17 Congress, baka sakali sa 18 Congress, mapasa natin ito ng sapat. And Mr. President, I just want to assure the sponsor that I was a guest speaker when he was still a student in UST. And he keeps complaining about that because ginulo ko raw yung buhay niya. But at that time, I was indeed very, very busy trying to get jobs for a Subic Bay that was suddenly impoverished by the lack of employment, by the sudden removal of bases without adequate planning. And we had to do, like a contractual worker, do what we had to do, restore our dinner table, restore our plates, restore the food that we could give to our children, restore the money that we could provide the tuition fees for our children. Ganito yan. And that is why I personally remember, as he does, that moment when he was still a student leader at the University of San Tomas. And I would like to say that we are foursquare in support, not only now, but in the coming days to support this program na wala ng contractualization para sa magkaroon ng pagkakataon. Of course, hindi naman kagad-agad magagawa ito. Pwede naman natin i-face ito para hindi masyadong mababalya yung mga maliliit na negosyante na umaasa kung magkamisan dyan sa mga bagay na ganyan. Pero dapat talaga, meron tayong magawa mga batas na papayagan talaga unti-unti. At yung malalaki na, pabayaan nila na lumaki naman yung maliliit at sila ay malaki na at bigyan nila ng wastong sahod, wastong benepisyo, wastong insurance, wastong welfare benefits, at wastong pagtrato ng mga magagawa sa kanila. Hindi tayo lumalaban dito dahil kay Goliath o David, wala tayo lumalaban para equalization, para magkaroon ng choice ang tao. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and congratulations, Senator Villanueva.
Thank you very much. The acting presiding officer would like to thank our idol of idols, the pride of Central Luzon, Senator Dick Gordon. I am not going to reveal the year of that symposium that happened in great University of Santo Tomas. Otherwise, you will, everyone will find out. Yes, Mr. President, Mr. Senator Dick Gordon, and also to our good friend, the Captain Bull of Senate Defenders who won yesterday against Malacanang Kamao. Thank you very much. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you. That's why pala they were calling Malacanang earlier, maybe because they lost yesterday in the basketball game. Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the measure to allow our colleagues to study the measure further.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar ordinary business to calendar special orders, Senate Bill number 2172. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that with the permission of the body that we take up and consider Senate Bill number 2172. I so move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, may we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2172, an act establishing a community-based monitoring system and appropriating funds therefore.
Yes, Mr. President, status. Are they of the same? Huh? I know, but we have to use one by one. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Sonny Angara.
The distinguished sponsor of the measure is now recognized, Senator Sonny Angara.
Thank you to the Mr. Presiding Officer and Majority Leader, dear colleagues. Many have said that more than natural resources or money, information is the main currency and driver of wealth today. Those who have mastered data will also be the ones to master their destinies. This applies to individuals as much as it does to governments. That's why we are standing to sponsor this measure today, establishing a nationwide, interagency-facing, community-based monitoring system for the government's anti-poverty drive. I am sponsoring this measure with permission from Senator De Lima, Chair of the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, through which this measure is being reported out. Sa ngayon, Mr. President, kanya-kanya ang pagkolekta ng mga ahensya sa mga datos at impormasyon mula sa taong bayan para sa iba't ibang polisiya. Dahil dito, lumolobo ang gastos ng gobyerno at masasabing nasasayang ang oras at pagod na kailangan ilaan para sa trabahong ito. Halimbawa, sa mga nakarang taon, higit na 2 bilyon sa 2 bilyon ang ginastos ng DBM para sa itayo ang kanilang registry system para sa mga basic agricultural sector sa tulong ng Philippine Statistics Authority o PSA. Higit din sa 2 bilyon ang nagastos ng DSWD para sa National Household Targeting System na siyang ginagamit para maituring kung sino talaga ang dapat makinabang sa 4Ps o Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. Sa ngayon, iilang LGU na rin ang gumagastos mula 100 hanggang 200 kada household para sa kanilang CBMS or Community-Based Monitoring Systems. Klarong-klaro po, Mr. President, na mas mabuti kung pag-isahin na lang ang pangongolekta ng impormasyon o pagsasurvey. Siguraduhin lang na kailangan na datos ng bawat ahensya ay nasasagap ng pinag-isahang questionnaire o tanong na gagamitin. Ano-ano pa po ang dapat i-measure o i-monitor ng CBMS? Kapag may sa batas ang panukalang ito, iisang beses na lang magsasurvey at magsusuma ang gobyerno hinggil sa mga sumusunod na indicators. Proportion of households with access to water, access to sanitation facilities, those who are income poor, those who are informal settlers, unemployment rate, proportion of children aged 6 to 11 who are not attending elementary, those aged 12 to 15 who are not attending secondary school, proportion of children who are malnourished, indicators relating to child deaths and maternal mortality, and proportion of persons who have been victimized or have experienced crimes. Para masigurado na matutupad ang panukalang ito, kailangan na mas maraming statisticians at information science practitioners sa iba't ibang level ng gobyerno. Kailangan din linawin kung ano ang magiging papel ng bawat ahensya. Una na dito ang mga LGU, lalo na ang mga lungsod at munisipyo ng magiging pangunahing taga-kolekta at taga-archive ng mga datos. Inaatasan silang maglunsad ng mga data collection activities every 3 years at kung kaya nila sa mas madalas na panahon. Sa ilalim ng panukala, inaatasan rin ang Philippine Statistics Authority bilang lead agency na magdagdag ng mga posisyon para sa mga statistician sa provincial level upang silang mga ngasiwa at manigurado na tama ang data collecting activities ng mga LGU. Dagdag pa dito, minamandato ang DICT para maglikha ng mga mekanismo upang mas mabilis at mas pakinabang ang data sharing arrangements o ang pakikibahagi ng mga ahensya sa datos na kinokolekta. Inaatasan naman ng DILG na magsilbing tagapaglaganap ng impormasyon hinggil sa pagpapatupad ng CBMS. Tungkulin naman ang bawat ahensyang kasama na siguraduhin na mananatili ang confidentiality at ang privacy ng impormasyon sa ilalim po ng Data Privacy Act. Mahalaga, Mr. President, dahil makakatulong ito sa lahat ng proyekto ng gobyerno para iahon ang ating kababayan mula sa kahirapan. Salamat po, Mr. President.
To allow colleagues to study the measure further.
Mr. Majority Leader, I think the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela would like to be recognized. Yes, Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a quick manifestation. Being a practitioner of CBMS when I was a mayor of Valenzuela, I filed a similar bill just this afternoon. It's SB number 2184, and I just want to appeal to the good sponsor to somehow accommodate my bill, Mr.
Absolutely, absolutely, Mr. President. We thank Senator Gatchalian, and we know he knows what he's talking about because he's a multi-awarded mayor. Yeah.
Thank you. He's not the former TESDA chief, Your Honor.
No, the TESDA chief, Mr. President, is just a copycat, Mr. President.
He's better looking than the TESDA man.
He's not a provinciano, but he's close to a provinciano, if you know what I mean,
Is
Mr.
out of
President.
order. Yes, we take note of the manifestations of Senator Gatchalian. Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, we move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2172.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move to transfer, with the permission of the body, to transfer to the calendar of ordinary business to the calendar of special orders, House Bill number 8426. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we consider, with the permission of the body, House Bill number 8426. I so move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8426, an act amending Section 10B of Republic Act number 10160, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Bacoor.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Sonny Angara.
The chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Sonny Angara, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, distinguished colleagues. I have the honor to report to the Senate House Bill 8426 under Committee Report 559, which seeks to amend Section 10B of RA 10160, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Bacoor. The amendments are fairly simple and straightforward, for they simply correct some of the mistakes under the City Charter of Bacoor. Bacoor City Charter, Republic Act 10160, was enacted on April 10, 2012, and was subsequently ratified via a plebiscite on June 23, 2012. We seek to amend Section 10B of this law to correct the mistaken identification of barangays PF Espiritu 1, PF Espiritu 2, up to PF Espiritu 8, to barangays Panapaan 1, Panapaan 2, and so forth, up to Panapaan 8, respectively. This is to be consistent with the provisions of Provincial Ordinance Number 24, Series of 1990, which created the said barangays. Further, we also propose to include Barangay Zapote 5, which has been part and continues to be part of the territorial jurisdiction of Bacoor City, as provided under Section 10B of the same section of the same law, Republic Act 10160. Barangay Zapote 5 was inadvertently omitted under the law, and we are seeking to rectify this oversight. As chairman of the committee, I earnestly appeal to our colleagues to approve this relatively straightforward bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Angara. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure to allow our colleagues to study the measure.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the list in the agenda will be as follows, so that everyone is well informed. We will now take up the warehouse receipts law, sponsorship of the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, my neighbor. And after that, an amendment, quick amendments. Huh?
Your BFF.
Of course, my BFF, my very good friend, who I'm campaigning for, by the way, Mr. President. And also to after which Senator Gatchalian would also propose amendments to the said measure and to some of his measures. And then we will recognize Senator Dick Gordon as well for amendments to his measures. So that's the list in the agenda for our Secretariat, Mr. President.
So we're not working overnight today?
Oh, no. Well, Senator Gordon, will, depending on Senator Gordon, Mr. President, he likes to work overtime, so let us be ready. Mr. President, let's be ready and prepared. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to the calendar of special orders, Senate Bill number 2171.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of our chamber, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2171.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
May I ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2171, an act strengthening and modernizing the warehouse receipts law of the Philippines in order to provide a legal framework in the Philippines that shall facilitate trade, commerce, and other related purposes.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, the distinguished gentleman, former Senate President of this chamber, as well as the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III.
Our idol and chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Acting Chairman, my Lodi, Majority Leader, my colleagues in the Senate and honored guests. I am privileged to stand before you today to seek your full support and valued cooperation for the immediate passage of Senate Bill number 2171 in substitution of Senate Bill number 1908. And the title of this measure is An Act Strengthening and Modernizing the Warehouse Receipts Law of the Philippines in order to provide a legal framework in the Philippines that shall facilitate trade, commerce, and other related purposes. In the Philippines, access to finance and credit continues to be a challenge for farmers and other micro, small, and medium MSME businesses. Banks and financial institutions require real properties and personal vehicles, which most farmers and MSMEs do not have, as collateral for loans. To address this concern, credit infrastructure reforms are sought to provide alternatives to these traditional lending requirements. One of these reforms is the promotion and improvement of the warehouse receipt system in the Philippines. A warehouse receipt is a commercial document issued by a warehouseman acknowledging that he has received and holds certain goods therein, described in his warehouse, for the person to whom the document is issued. It plays an important role in trade and commerce as it may be used as collateral to secure loans. At present, however, the warehouse receipt system in our country is currently hardly operational, as warehouse receipts are merely used for accounting and not as a negotiable instrument. Most banks and other financial institutions do not accept warehouse receipts as collateral for loans, as they do not have confidence in its economic value. Thus, there is a need to enhance the system's credibility. So my esteemed colleagues, I offer to you the Philippine Warehouse Receipts Act of 2019. And the author, we have to give credit where credit is due, is my seatmate, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. The purpose of this bill is to upgrade the Warehouse Receipts Act of 1912 and take advantage of the benefits of modern technology to facilitate a warehouse receipt system that is more secure, transparent, and reliable, and will promote ease of doing business. The bill creates a unified and centralized electronic registry under the Security and Exchange Commission for all warehouse receipts which can be accessed by the public, especially banks and other financial institutions, to verify its legitimacy and economic value. To further improve the integrity of warehouse receipts, the bill mandates that only duly accredited and registered warehouse operators with duly accredited and registered warehouses may issue warehouse receipts. To facilitate this, an accrediting body to be known as the Warehouse Accreditation Council, composed of the chairman of the SEC, the secretary of the DTI, Department of Trade and Industry, the secretary of Finance, the secretary of the Department of Agriculture, and 3 warehousing experts shall be created. With the passage of this bill, banks and other financial institutions will be more confident in extending credit collateralized by warehouse receipts. This will ultimately benefit our farmers and other MSMEs, as this will enable them to easily borrow for their working capital needs. Aside from access to credit, agricultural producers will also have the option to safely store and delay the sale of their products until the lean season, where prices are generally higher. Furthermore, proper handling and storage in accredited warehouses according to mandatory standards of the law can help reduce post-harvest losses and improve product quality. So my dear colleagues, it is time for us to amend and improve the age-old warehouse receipt system in our country to promote financial inclusion of our MSMEs and the agricultural sector. In view of the foregoing, I humbly seek the support of everyone for the immediate passage of this bill. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel.
Mr. President, I think Senator Gatchalian wishes to co-sponsor
Yes,
the
the gentleman from Valenzuela City, Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable colleagues in the Senate, good afternoon, good evening rather. More than a century ago, Act number 2137, or the Warehouse Receipts Law of 1912 was enacted in law. In essence, the law created a relatively simple system for farmers and other agricultural workers to obtain credit by storing their goods in a warehouse in exchange for a warehouse receipt, which could then be traded or encumbered. Unfortunately, this system did not fully develop over the years because it is outdated, although a similar Kedan system has prospered in the sugar trade until the time. A major problem is that the archaic provisions of the 107-year-old law have hindered farmers from taking advantage of modern technological advances which would help leverage their warehouse receipts as more potent commercial and financial instruments. In simple terms, Mr. President, the aim of the bill we are sponsoring today is to revitalize and overhaul the warehouse receipt system of the Philippines. Primarily, this will be done through the establishment of an online centralized registry of the warehouse operators and warehouse receipts. Through this, we will be ushering the century-old concept of a warehouse receipt into the digital age of the 21st century, and this will pay immense dividends to farmers and the general public at large. Of course, the primary beneficiaries of this landmark legislation will be the Filipino farmers. Agriculture remains to be the central pillar of the Philippine economy, account for 9% of our gross domestic product. Despite this, however, agriculture only accounts for less than 1% of total credit. Mr. President, this indicates that warehouse receipts issued to farmers are not collateralized to their full potential because of a lack of transparency and efficiency in the system, which results in a lack of confidence on the part of financial institutions in the viability of warehouse receipts as sound financial paper. Mr. President, by creating a more secure and transparent framework for the trading of warehouse receipts, we will be expanding the access of farmers to much-needed credit because banks will be more amenable to accepting warehouse receipts as collateral for loans. Thus, we will be improving the financial position of our farmers, empowering them to invest more in their own productivity. Additionally, the strengthened and more transparent framework on the regulation of warehouses will ensure the security of the crops deposited in warehouses and will also reduce transaction costs because all necessary information will be easily accessible online. All of this will ultimately result in more productive harvests and more money in the pockets of our farmers. Surely, this will go a long way towards upending the long-running cycle of poverty that many of our hard-working agricultural workers continue to face. In fact, empirical evidence from countries such as Tanzania, Madagascar, and India, which passed laws over the past 2 decades to establish a more sustainable warehouse financing ecosystem, shows that this type of reform can significantly improve farmers' margin and boost their productivity several times over. Of course, Mr. President, a happy consequence of empowering farmers is boosting food security in the country. We must remember that the high inflation rate felt in our economy in 2018 was driven largely by rising food prices. Again, by providing farmers easier and cheaper access to credit, they will have more funds to invest in raising their crop yields and making their agricultural operations more efficient in general. On the macro level, we can expect that this new and improved financial regime will increase overall productivity of our agricultural sector. To put very simply, we will be giving farmers the financial tools they need to produce more crops to lower prices. This will eventually result in a greater stock of food at lower prices in markets all across the Philippines. This makes this legislation a win-win for farmers and consumers alike. Mr. President, in sum, the Philippine Warehouse Receipts Act of 2019 is a pro-farmer, pro-consumer piece of legislation which is posed to boost agricultural productivity, food security, and farmers' profits in the long run. I am proud to co-sponsor this measure alongside the principal sponsor and chairman of the Senate Trade Committee, Senator Coco Pimentel, and I thank the good senator for prioritizing the swift passage of this bill at the committee level. For the benefit of farmers and consumers across the entire country, I respectfully urge the members of this august chamber to work with us to secure passage of this measure before the end of 17th Congress. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, to give our colleagues more time, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
Is there any objection? The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Mr. President, just some administrative matters before we recognize Senator Gordon. This is the designation of the Senate panel to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1843 and House Bill 8719. This is the bill on the seal of good governance for local government units. The following members are hereby designated as conferees on the part of the Senate. Myself as chairperson, Senator Gatchalian, and Senator Hontiveros for the minority.
Is there any objection? There is none. The motion of the Majority Leader to designate Senator Angara, Senator Gatchalian, and Senator Hontiveros for the bicameral conference is hereby carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another administrative matter is the additional referral of House Bill 8631, which has already been referred to the Committee on Public Services. This is the bill on the Lanao del Norte Electric Cooperative. We move for a secondary referral to the Committee on Energy. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Richard Gordon, who has asked to be able to speak on a question of privilege.
Senator Richard Gordon, again, the pride of Central Luzon, is now recognized.
He's in a good mood, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, how can one be in a good mood with what happened yesterday? How can one be in a good mood when apparently everything is business as usual today? Nobody expresses a whisper or a murmur about what happened yesterday. Yesterday at 8:15 in the morning, while people were going to Mass, and as you know, in history, ang simbahan po ay refuge ng lahat ng tao. Yung tinatawag nilang chancel lamp o yung sanctuary lamp, pag pumasok doon, ang isang taong hinahabol ng batas ay hindi pwedeng hulihin ng mga unang panahon. The church is a place na kung saan tayo sumasamba. Doon tayo humingi ng tulong sa Panginoon. Doon tayo nagdadasal at nagsusumamo para sa kapayapaan at kabutihan ng ating bansa. Ngunit kahapon at 8:15 in the morning, habang nagsisimba ang karamihan ng mga 40-year-old, 50-year-old, sapagkat mukhang yun na lang ang nagsisimba ngayon sa mga kapanahonan na ito, doon sa bayan ng Hulo, na kung madalas nakikita natin, ay isang lugar na maraming nagaganap na katiwalian, katulad ng kidnapping ng mga tao, doon biglang sumabog ang isang bomba at yung mga nagsisimba, nakita nyo, nakabaligtad lahat. Yung mga pews, dahan-dahan lang po at hindi ko kayo mahabol, yung papatakbo ng slide. Eh nakita nyo, walang ginala. Marami nakabulagta. Slow down, please. 20 people were killed, including 6 soldiers were killed. After 8:15 nung unang pumutok, wala pa siguro 15 minutos, di na nalaman ng mga sundalo natin na tila hindi natuto sa mga nakaraan na ginagawa ng mga kalaban ng gobyerno. Magpapaputok muna para may sasaklolo. At pag sumaklolo ka, Dali ka, namatayan na po kami sa Red Cross niya. Yung sinatawag namin si Mr. Balmediano. Kalimutan ko lang yung first name. At ako extemporaneous po, hindi na ako naganda ng talumpati dito ngayong araw na ito. At siya napatay doon sa Kidapawan, Cotabato, ng panahon na yan. Magliligtas sila at pinigil sila dahil nga merong modus operandi na hindi ka dapat papasok pagkatapos ng bomba. Pinigil sila kung mabata pa na. Mulit pagkatapos noon, pumasok sila, sinabihan sila, at pagpasok lang, nagpasabog ulit. Ganito ang nangyari sa Holo. After 8:15, after the first explosion occurred, dumating yung mga sundalo, paspas, sumabog po, at nakikita nyo ngayon, naka-body bag na silang lahat. At kung titingnan nyo, at hindi ko pinapakita ito para mag-sensationalize. At hindi naman dapat talaga ipakita, pero gusto ko ipakita sa mga senador. Kung ilan na lang tayo natitira dito, although yung iba nandun sa taas, nag-aaral ang kanilang mga batas, pag nakita nyo yung luray-luray na bangkay, pagmasdan natin, ayan, kalahati na lang natira sa tao. I'm sorry, wala na yung natanggap ang batas. Kalahati na lang. Yung mga page na lang ang makakakita nito siguro. Can you slow down please and let me tell you when? Kalahati. Yan sa pinto ng simbahan yan. And when you go to the next slide, kalahati yan. Meron pang tao doon sa kaliwa. Sige, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, close up. Wala nang paa. Hindi na makita ko nasa na yung paa. Next slide please. Yeah, dalawa. Comrades in the death grip at the last moment of their lives. Subsub ang mukha, nakahilata sa kalsada, sugat-sugat, ating gasgas ang katawan. And if you go to the next slide, it even gets worse. Yan. Ikakarga sa stretcher para dalhin sa ospital. Wala na. Ang baksak niya may morgue na at aayusin na lang yung bangkay. Kung tayo nanonood ng ginagawa sa ibang bansa kung paano inaayos sa mga sundalo sa Iraq o sa Afghanistan ng mga Amerikano, talagang masusing nililinis ang katawan, ginaganda ng uniforme, dahan-dahan ng saludo, may mga seremonya. Hindi natin makikita yan dito. Katulad doon nakita natin sa mga Masapano. Nung namatay yung mga sundalo natin, mga pulis natin, wala nang sumalubong at wala nang umalalay. And if you go down to the next slide, sa bangketa, next slide, kita nyo yung dugo sa ulungan. Next slide. Again, next slide. Tabi-tabi mga sundalo natin, nagpatong yung iba, iba na kayo po sa isa, at nakikita nyo, ayan, durog ang paa, subsub sa mukha. These are the people who sacrificed their lives for us. They didn't want to be there, but they had to be there. Sumugod sila doon para tumulong at iligtas pa ang maililigtas sapagat baka may kasunod pa. I don't know if we can say a prayer to them. Certainly when I saw that yesterday when I was at the Red Cross the whole day, monitoring what was happening together with my staff, I was filled with anger and sorrow. Galit ako. Ang nagdadalap natin. These are not faceless people. You can no longer see their faces. They have families. They have children. They have fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, wives. And yet, not even a word for today. That's why I insisted. I asked our majority floor leader kung pwedeng maisingit. Alam ko nagmamadali tayo because I think we should honor our soldiers kahit paano mabanggit ng ating kapulungan. Mga senador na hinalan ng buong bansa. Mapansin, mapag-usapan, mag-inbang, at hopefully, gumalaw. Hopefully, umaksyon. Ma-aksyon tayo sa mga sundalo, binibigyan natin mataas sa sweldo. Ano bang taas sa sweldo will be worth this life to today, this lifeless being that we see today. No longer a being, but a dead object. So when you go on further, next slide please. If there's any pa, well, that's the Red Cross, go ahead. Ganyan na lang. Tuloy-tuloy na. Yan ang dugong binibigay. We came out with about 151 blood banks for the people with Sulu, the survivors, the soldiers that were sent to Mindanao, to Zamboanga. We had to wait and ferry about 26 bags from here and put it on the C-130. There, last night. These are the scenes, behind the scenes. Inakit sa dugo para makaabot, para mabuhay ang mga tao. Blood came from Zamboanga del Norte, blood came from Zamboanga del Sur. Para makahabol tayo, bigyan ng dugo. Ang mga kababayan natin. And yet, today, the President went there at 11:30, they may engage on a lockdown. What's going to happen, Mr. President? You know, it reminds me of, kung napanood yung Darkest Hours, I've seen that movie maybe 7 or 8 times. I am filled with envy. Nananaghili ako. Sa nakita ko na patalo na ang England, pati warik na. Yung kanilang 300,000 sundalo na doon sa Dunkirk. At si Churchill na lang ibura kundi words. At ang ending pa nga doon you just saw the English language rally the people of England, led by Churchill. Sabi nga rin ng bandang huli, ng kalaban niya. Pero sinabi nga niya nung natatype siya, magsasalita siya, sasabihin niya, we shall fight them in the beaches, we shall fight them in the hills, we shall fight them in the cities and everything, we shall never surrender. Yan ang sabi niya. Ano sabi niya doon sa kanya, Secretary kay Elizabeth Layton? Sabi ng Elizabeth Layton sa kanya, ang sabi sa kanya, ang pinakamasakit because at that time, pinag-uusapan nila na may 5,000 pang sundalong natira doon sa Dunkirk, doon sa isang bayan doon. Nasa Dunkirk yung 300,000 tao. Sabi niya, wala nang makakalabas dyan. Ibibigay na nila ang buhay nila. Casualties na lahat dyan. And Churchill knew that. Leaders know how many soldiers will die. In the Civil War, 1.5 million Americans died on either side. In World War II, 450,000 soldiers died for America. And in Europe, in Soviet Union, almost 11 million soldiers died in the war. Mr. President, there will always be casualties in any war. And sometimes, pag may casualty, umatras sa tao, umatras ang Amerikano sa Vietnam, and they could no longer accept the 55,000 casualties. When they came here in the Philippines, at the turn of the century, they killed about 1 million of us, maybe even more. And Mark Twain, with this, ayaw natin makialam sa Pinas, papadala natin mga tao natin na matay. He was a lonely voice. But then the story of America's wars, and whatever wars you have, whatever country, is talagang kayang tumaya. Kayang tumaya, sapagat ang sundalo, alam niya na pag siya'y nagsundalo, he can be down any time. I'm looking at General Balahaja over there. He's a soldier, graduate from the Philippine Military Academy. I think you were in the Air Force, right? And you know that you could die in a crash or you could be attacked on the field like they do in Batangas Air Base. There's sometimes attack by the NBA, you could be attacked and die. But Mr. President, sabi ni Elizabeth Layton habang i-withdraw ni Churchill na narinig niya, may kapatid ako dyan eh. Kaya ako lumuluha. Pero alam mo, pinakamasakit, in so many words, the acting was so good. Sabi niya, no one tells us anything. Kung nagsasabi sa atin kung ano nangyayari na tinatago nila na susuko na yung France at didila na yung Germans, tatawid na ng English Channel at ang susunod na bobombayan at atakin ay ang Great Britain. Takot po sila. It was time to get a rallying leader, the person of Winston Churchill. And Elizabeth Layton, the secretary, ang sabi niya, no one tells us anything. Yan ang pinakamasakit. It's all classified. And we hear scraps. Paunti-unti lang. And it's worse than knowing Nothing. How many people have been killed in that church, Mr. President? 10 beses na inatake ang simbahan na yan. And in the 10 times that they were attacked, almost 35 people have been killed in the attacks there. Correct me if I'm wrong. 35, right? 31 people have been killed in that church over a period of 10 attacks. Bombing of the cathedral of Our Lady of Mount Carmel from 2000 to 2019. 31 deaths, including the 20 recently, and wounded 171, Mr. President. So, did we learn anything? Or did we just hear, as Elizabeth later says, just scraps? Masakit. Hindi natin alam po na nangyayari. And it's been going on since 1950, from Kamlong, all the way to Nermiswari, all the way to the present MILF, and now, even Umbrakato. We get it by scraps. I'm looking at these young senators beside me and the young senator presiding over there. The war is even older than some of them. And Mr. President, the war has not stopped. And we will bring more lives unless there is resolute action. Are we, like Patrick Henry says, shall we gather strength by inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effective resistance by lying supinely in our backs and having the delusion of hope? Na mag-hope na tayo sa atin, it will fix itself? No, Mr. President. Di pwede ganyan. So, Mr. President, pinakita ko ito mga larawan na ito para malaman natin na hindi ito isang pahina lamang sa kaisa-isa ng ating bansa na dapat natin i-shrug ang ating shoulders at sabihin natin, katulad na sinasabi ng maraming mahihirap na walang hope, poverty is an absence of choice, walang choice, ay sasabihin nila, talagang ganyan. Wala tayong magagawa. Can you imagine this occurred only a few days after we allowed and we created in this bill, happy time lahat, the BBI law, ratified. And in a democracy, natalo sa sulu, okay lang yan. Democracy tayo. Yan ang gusto na sulu. But are they the culprit? I don't know. Ang culprit ba yung Abu Sayyaf? Maybe. Sasabihin, may kasamang, just about a year ago, this July 28, in Lamitan, kumana yung mga sundalo sa may cargo camp, nakita na merong isang truck na nakatabi, at meron taong foreign speaking, mukhang foreigner, at sabi na lumabas ka dyan, lumalapit sila, paglapit nila, yun, 11 kagad ang patay, bumutok. Tinawanan mo kahapon kagad, si General Bayaw, ano ba nangyari? Maga. Sabi niya, sir, ito nga sabi niyo. At malamang, meron nga nangyaring ganyan katulad ng Lamitan, yung tumira sa Lamitan, malamang ganyan yan. Kanina, iba naman sinasabi. Sabi, Abu Sayyaf, yung ahang group. But we cannot get by with scraps like this. There has got to be a cogent strategy, Mr. President. Nag-martial law tayo dito. Tumayo pa ako. In last year, when the martial law bill was passed, I even saluted a young captain, or lieutenant at the time, who had been wounded. He could not salute me with his right arm because it was in a sling. And he saluted me with his left arm. I saluted him because, sabi ko, ang sinabi ko, tanda ako, it must be very hard to kill your fellow Filipinos. That's why I salute you. It must be very hard to see your compatriots, your fellow soldiers, die. And you know, Mr. President, the reason why I think, if you watch Private Ryan, Saving Private Ryan, sumusulat si General George Marshall sa bagulang ng mga makakapatid na Ryan na namatay, isa na lang natitira. That is the tradition na hirap si Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, and they put it upon their shoulders na sumulat para sa gano'n. Palalaman nila the value of human life na dapat bilisan ang pagtapos sa giyera to win the war at all costs if necessary para matigil mas mabilis. Kasi kung patay-patay at paunti-unti lang ilalaban mo, wala mangyayari. I am not advocating all-out war, Mr. President. All I'm saying is It's time that we talk together as a people, senators, congressmen, and the Office of the President in the National Security Council that must be convoked regularly. For so long as there is this problem in this country, dapat pag-meeting tayo para nalalaman natin ang masasabi natin sa ating mga constituents kung ano nangyayari. Hindi sila natatakot. Right now, natatakot yung iba. Kailan tayo gagalaw? Pagka binomba na yung mga malls dito, sabay nila. Alam mo, nakatawag ko sa Red Cross, kaya ako nagpa-training sa Israeli. Maganda binadong. Ay simultaneous bombing, mass casualty events. Kaya sabi ko, kahapon, pagkabanat dyan, sabi ko, tawagan ng lahat ng chapter, tawagan lahat at maganda ng mga ambulansya, baka tumira yan sa ibang lugar. I don't even want what I said here to be published. But I do care enough to say that we have to do something about it, that we cannot give in to terror because the object of the terrorists, and you all know that because we passed an anti-terror bill, is to change the policy of government, to make government cower in fear. Papalitan nyo, mangingidap kami, papalitan nyo because mambobomba kami, kinapalitan nyo ang inyong pulisiya. And we cannot count out to that. And so, Mr. President, when you start thinking about that, palitan nyo nga ulit yung mga luray-luray na bangkay. Yeah. I don't know if you remember the movie Ben-Hur. You know, I own a movie house, so I remember all these movies. And I can tell you, the children Mesana, played by Stephen Boyd, kinalagkad siya ng kanyang chariot, at kahaway niya si Charlton Heston, na pinakulong niya for so long, nilagay niya sa galley, at hindi niya kakalain na ma-adapt si Charlton Heston na isang Roman senator. At yumaman, ano sabi niya? Nung kinuha siya, dinampos siya, ganos, dugo-duguan, naghihintay siya, sabi ng kanyang doktor, we can no longer wait, Tribune, kailangan gamutin ka na. Wait, sabi niya, I want him to see me. Who? Sabi niya gano'n, biglang dumating si Charlton Heston, si Ben-Hur. Ano sabi ni Misana, pakinggan niyo, what do you think you see? The smashed body of a wretched animal. There's enough of a man still left here for you to hate. Hate! Let me help you. Nababagay ba sa pinag-uusapan natin? People are killed because of hatred, because of misunderstanding, because of greed. It could be drugs. It could be simply we want to show we're tougher than you. And they show the bodies again. Like Nazara, dugu-duguan, kalahati na lang. Let it not be forgotten that these people did not die in vain. Naku, narinig nyo na yan. But not in shame. Libro yan. I can quote you chapter and verse, many quotations about great soldiers who died in battle. But we, the leaders of this country, so-called, kung hindi natin gagawin ang ating tungkulin, ay talagang ang tingin sa atin ay pagtatawanan na lang ang ating bansa. No wonder, nobody respects our country. That much. So what do you think you see, my fellow senators? What do you think must be done? And so later, Mr. President, katulad ba yan, huli na naman tayo para pagdating, patay na naman lahat ang darating na tutulong. And so, my fellow citizens, my friends, my fellow senators, it is high time. And I filed this bill, or this Senate Resolution number 1004. A companion bill was filed earlier. And you know, I didn't want to create a resolution. An earlier bill, a resolution was filed by a good friend, Coco Pimentel, and I honor him for that. Sometimes I'm too much of a perfectionist. I want it perfect. We should take it up together, as Senator Angara says.
Yeah.
And therefore, I'd like to present it here. I'm being dictated upon by my young colleague here. That's all right. I'm ready to be dictated by the young as long as they make sense. Yeah. I only smile so that it will take the pain out of my heart. My wife and I talked about it yesterday. I even brought my grandsons to the Red Cross to let them see what was going on. Because I didn't want to let them live away from the reality that they're suffering on this earth and that we can do something about it. And so today, Mr. President, I respectfully request that the Senate, as it is resolved expressed in the Senate of the Philippines, its condemnation, and we heard that already many times in this hall. We condemn the killings na nangyayari against the disturbing act made at Our Lady of Mount Carmel Cathedral, words that I uttered before the Turkish Broadcasting Corporation interviewed me on television yesterday, on January 27, 2019, for its deepest gratitude, expressing its deepest gratitude to the fallen heroes who died during the said incident. Mr. President, I practice what I preach. When soldiers were killed trying to rescue the ICRC hostages, I arranged that their families be given a substantial amount of money. When a helicopter crashed during the time there was a typhoon in Aurora, we made sure that the soldiers were also paid. Material things cannot restore life of a soldier and the love of a father or a husband. And we strongly enjoin the whole of the Philippine government, backed up by the military and the police, to give due deference to the loss of these valuable lives by exacting simple justice. Not extravagant justice, simple lang po na katarungan ang hinihingi natin. Huwag na tayo magpayabang pa na kung ano pa hinihingi natin ng mga busidak na sobra-sobra katarungan. Simple justice is what we ask. And we ask that we retake its law enforcement strategy because mukhang hindi effective in crucial areas that develop and implement bold and brave policies and programs to ensure justice, peace, stability, and the benefits of development spread over the areas. Maybe we send our troops there accompanying people who will bring education, who will bring justice for the judges who are then natatapos. In fact, Your Honor, let me just tell you, Mr. Presiding Officer, that as a sitting member of the Judicial Bar Council, I want to tell you, nobody wants to apply for judgeship in Sulu or Holo. It's tragic, Mr. President. And that's why I say this, that we must have brave and bold initiatives. And so, Mr. President, I ask, as a Senate, that we ask the President to reconvene the National Security Council to craft and carry out concrete measures to solve our security issues and to have regular monitoring with members of both houses of Congress, so that in front of the altar of those who died in Holo, the possibility of such events in the future will be greatly minimized. Mr. President, thank you all for your patience. God bless the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Senator Gordon.
We thank Senator Gordon, Mr. President, for his speech, and we join in his sentiments. I move that we refer his privileged speech to the Committee on Public Order and Illegal Drugs. Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1001, taking into consideration PS Resolution 1004 of Senator Gordon. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
May I request the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
Resolution expressing the sense of the Senate to strongly condemn the January 27, 2019 bombings of the Holo Cathedral, to condole with the families of the victims, and to urge all law enforcement agencies to immediately solve this crime.
Mr. President, with no member who wishes to interpolate or propose amendments on the measure, I move to adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1001. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
May I also be made a co-author, and those who wish to be made co-authors as well,
I
Mr.
think
President.
every member present here this evening, I think it's important, again,
Yes.
if I may just spread into the record that this kind of crime against our people in Jolo, our people, must not go unpunished. And this representation would like to also put on record that places of worship should be spared from senseless violence.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move that Senator Coco's sponsorship speech also be inserted into the record.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill number 5221 on Committee Report 537. So move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion of the majority leader is carried.
It's an act creating a barangay to be known as Barangay Ipil in the city of Tabuk, province of Kalinga. There are no members who wish to interpolate. I move that we close the period of interpolations.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
There are no amendments. I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
I move that we approve House Bill 5221 on second reading. So move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader to approve on second reading is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the approval on second reading, Mr. President, of House Bill 5221.
Okay. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we... What about the other bills? What about the other bills? Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill 5222 or suspend consideration of 5221, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill 5222.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate. I move that we close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the said House Bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill 5223. This is an act creating a barangay to be known as Barangay Bulanao in Kalinga Province.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
There are no interpolations. I move that we close the period of interpolations.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill 7, suspend consideration of House Bill 5223.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
I move that we take up House Bill 7311.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
There are no interpolations. I move that we close the period of interpolations.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
There are no amendments. I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments closed.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill 7311, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to approve on second reading by the majority floor leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill 6513. This is an act creating a barangay, Barangay Masao in Zamboanga, Sibugay. So move.
Is there any objection? There's no suspension. Suspend muna.
I'm sorry. I move to suspend consideration of the measure under...
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to suspend that particular measure is carried. Consider.
Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill 6513.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Again, there are no interpolations. I move that we close the period of interpolations.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6513.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill 6512. This is the creation of a barangay, Barangay Timbabawan in the province of Zamboanga, Sibugay. So move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion to take up the same measure is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we, in view that there are no interpolations, I move that we close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6512.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Bill, anong number ng bill? Last na. So, nakikiusap si... Mr. President, I move that we... 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Thank you. 1 minute recess. To go. Ay, nakapala.
Okay. Saan tayo?
What's your, boss, yung bill mo? Anong number? When I call it? Ito ba? Hiramin ko lang. I'll give it back to you.
1950.
So ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move to take up House Bill 7311. I move to reconsider the previous approval of House Bill 7311. I so move. Because apparently there are still amendments to be made.
All right, I understand this has been approved on second reading, so you're asking for
A reconsideration of the approval.
reconsideration.
That's right, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Chair hears none, the same is approved. Table is now open for amendments.
We suspend consideration of the measure because the amendments are not yet ready. We'll recognize Senator Gatchalian for his amendments, Mr. President.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Can we suspend consideration of this measure first, Mr. President?
Session of this measure 7311
Yes, Mr. President.
is suspended at the request of the Honorable Senator Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I now move that we take up Senate Bill number 1950 under Committee Report number 426. This is an act reducing electricity rates by allocating the net national government share for the Malampay Natural Gas Project for the payment of the stranded contract costs of the National Power Corporation. And move that we recognize Senator Gatchalian, the Chairman of the Committee on Energy, for his amendments, Mr. President.
The Honorable Senator Gatchalian of Venezuela, Bulacan, or rather Valenzuela, Bulacan.
Mr. President, there are no other members who
Venezuela
wish...
City. Dating Bulacan yan, maangali isa dito. But anyway, it's all right. He will have a bigger constituency, which he likes.
Mr. President, I move that we, in view of there being no other member of the chamber who wishes to interpret, I move that we close the period of interpellations.
Are there any objections to close the period of interpellation? There being none, chair hears none, same is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Period of amendment is now open.
And we recognize Senator Gatchalian to propose his amendments.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a very few amendments, Mr. President. On page 1, after line 18, insert a new subsection.
Are these committee amendments or individual amendments?
Individual amendments, Mr. President.
So individual amendments, all right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1, after line 18, insert a new subsection, which reads as C, close parenthesis, environmental charge, dash, refers to the universal charge that accrues to an environmental fund, comma, which is used solely for watershed rehabilitation and management, comma, managed by the National Power Corporation, semicolon, and re-letter the succeeding subsection accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
One moment, I just have to make sure that I have the right copy.
Okay, Mr. President.
So that's line 18, page 1, right?
Yes, by page 1 after line 18.
So you're adding a new section,
Yes, Mr. President.
all right? Are there any objections? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 2, line 3, replace the word "or" with the phrase "otherwise known as." I so move, Mr. President.
What line is that?
Line 3.
Line 3. So you're replacing the word "or" with
Otherwise known as.
otherwise known as, all right? Same is approved. Any objection? There being none, the same is approved.
On page 2, line 5, replace the word "or" with the phrase "otherwise known as." I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Chair hears none, the same is approved.
On the same page, line 6, replace the word or with the phrase otherwise known as. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objections? There being none, the same is approved.
On page 2, after line 10, insert a new subsection which reads as G, open parenthesis, feed-in tariff, feed-in-tariff, allowance, open parenthesis, fit-all, close parenthesis, dash, refers to the charge collected from all on-grid electricity and users to support the annual requirements of the feed-in-tariff program pursuant to Republic Act number 9513, otherwise known as the Renewable Energy Act of 2008, semicolon, and re-letter the succeeding subsection accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? There being none, the same is approved.
On page 2, line 13, replace the word or with the phrase otherwise known as. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections to the amendment? There being none, the same is approved.
On page 2, line 16, replace the word or with the phrase otherwise known as. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Chair is none, the same is approved.
On page 2, line 20, insert the phrase otherwise known as after the number 910. I so move, Mr. President.
No objections. Chair is none.
On page 2, after line 24, insert a new subsection which reads K, close parentheses, missionary electrification charge, thus refers to a charge to fund the electrification of remote and unviable areas, comma, as well as areas not connected to the transmission system, expressed in peso per kilowatt dash hour, and applied to all electricity and dash users, which is determined, comma, fixed, comma, and approved by the ERC, all caps, where the evaluation of the requirements is based on the missionary electrification development plan submitted by DOE, semicolon, and re-letter the succeeding subsection accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? The chair is none, the same is approved.
On page 2, line 33, replace the word or with the phrase otherwise known as. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? The chair is none, the same is approved.
On page 2, line 35, insert the phrase otherwise known as after the number 910. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? The chair is none, the same is approved.
On page 3, after line 5, insert a new subsection which reads as follows: K, close parentheses, net production proceeds, dash, refer to the balance of gross proceeds from service contract 38 after deducting the Filipino participation incentive, comma, if any, comma, and all operating expenses pursuant to Section 8, open parentheses 1, close parentheses, of Presidential Decree number 87, otherwise known as quotation marks Oil Exploration and Development Act of 1972, semicolon, close quotation, semicolon, and re-letter the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections to the amendment? The chair hears none, the same is approved.
On page 3, lines 21 to 20, in page 3, lines 20 to 21, delete the phrase for payment of stranded contract costs and stranded debts. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The same is approved.
Yung title lang. Yung title yung din. Lang siyang percentage contra cost at stranded debt.
Use of Malampaya Fund. Yun lang. Okay.
Page 3, line 20.
On page 3, line 22, delete the word solely. I so move, Mr. President.
Delete the word solely.
Yes, Mr. President. On line 22.
Are there any objections? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
On page 3, line 28, after the word assets and before the colon, insert the phrase, for the payment of the missionary electrification charge, comma, environmental charge, comma, and feed-in-tariff allowance. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
I just want to put on record, Mr. President, that's a recto amendment, and this is a recto bill, actually, Mr. President. On page 4, line 7, after the word shall, insert the phrase, be utilized for the payment of the missionary electrification charge, comma, environmental charge, comma, and feed-in-tariff allowance, colon, provided, comma, that any and all excess in the funds shall. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
Again, Mr. President, I just want to make on record that that is another recto amendment, Mr.
Noted.
President. On page 4, line 7, delete the word used after the word fund and before the word to. I so move, Mr. President.
What line is that?
Line 7, Mr. President. Page 4, line 7.
Okay. Are there any objections? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
On page 4, line 9, insert the phrase otherwise known after the number, otherwise known as, after the number 910. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
On page 4, line 13, insert the words an annual between the words and actual. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objections? The chair hears none. The same is approved.
And lastly, Mr. President, amend the title to now read as an act reducing electricity rates by allocating the net national government share from the Malampaya Natural Gas Project for the payment of the stranded cost, comma, for the payment of the stranded contract cost, comma, stranded debts, comma, missionary electrification charge, comma, and environmental charge of the National Power Corporation, comma, and the feed-in-tariff allowance. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That completes my amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other amendments, I move that we close the period on amendments.
There are no objections. Period of amendment is now closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading. Bill 1950. Senate Bill 1950, Mr. President. So move.
Motion to approve the bill on second reading, specifically House Bill number 1950, is it? 1950?
1950, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1950.
Okay, is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we suspend for just 1 minute, Mr. President?
Session is suspended for 1 Senate minute.
Okay, sige. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
That was 1 Senate second. Session is resumed.
It's one of our faster minutes, Mr. President.
You've always been known as a quickie artist anyway.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure 1950, Senate Bill 1950.
Motion to suspend the measure of 1950 is hereby approved. There being no objection.
say, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill. Start here, 5221. Yeah. Which is a majority.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 5221, House Bill number 5221 as reported out under committee report number 537, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
Consideration of House Bill number 7311 under committee report number 5661 is in order. 5221, nakalagay dito 561 eh. 5221, not 561. Go ahead, please.
The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of amendment. I ask that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara.
The right honorable gentleman from Aurora, the little province of Central Luzon, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your flattering remarks. We have a few amendments on page 1 to delete lines 4 to 9, and in lieu thereof, insert a new section, Section 2 on territorial boundaries to include the metes and bounds and technical description of Barangay Ipil as an integral part of House Bill 5221 as indicated in the Committee Report 537. So moved, Mr. President.
Not so fast. I don't have a copy. I don't want to fly blind. Can you repeat the amendment, the proposal again?
On page 1 to delete lines 4 to 9, and in lieu thereof to insert a new section, Section 2 on territorial boundaries to include the metes and bounds and technical description of Barangay Ipil as an integral part of House Bill 5221 as indicated in Committee Report 537. So move, Mr. President.
No objections. The same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same page, line 11, after the acronym COMELEC to insert the phrase on December 21, 2002. So move.
No objection. The same is approved.
Mr. President, still on page 1, lines 14 to 15, to delete the phrase as proclaimed by the Plebiscite Board of Canvassers on December 21, 2002. So move.
No objection. The same is approved.
Lastly, we move to renumber the sections accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
The move to renumber the sections accordingly is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. No other amendments.
Close na.
Move to close the hearing.
Mr. President, there are no more any amendments. I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
A motion from the gentleman from Venezuela, Senator Maduro. I'm sorry, Senator Gatchalian, Venezuela. I'm sorry. Motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading, Mr. President.
No objections. The motion is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration.
And move suspend consideration of the measure, Mr. President.
We shall now consider the measure as proposed.
Ito, open natin.
What is the pleasure of the majority floor leader?
I move to suspend the said measure, Mr. President.
The measure is consideration is hereby suspended. Wait a moment.
Okay. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number, House Bill number 5222 under Committee Report 536. I so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of the House Bill 522 under Committee Report number
536.
536 is hereby approved.
The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of amendment. I ask that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara.
Senator Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, again, similar amendments to the previous measure. On page 1, we move to delete lines 5 to 9, and in lieu thereof, insert a new section, Section 2, on territorial boundaries to include the metes and bounds and the technical description of Barangay Lacnog West as an integral part of House Bill 5222, as indicated in Committee Report 536. So move, Mr. President.
There are no objections. The same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, on page 2, line 3, to replace the phrase within 90 with the phrase not later than 120. So move, Mr. President.
The amendment has no objection. The same is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lastly, to renumber the sections accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
The motion to amend all the numbers accordingly is hereby approved.
There being no more amendments, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Period of amendments is now closed. There being no objections.
And Mr. President, I move for the approval of second reading, Mr. President.
Motion to approve this, the measure on second reading. House Bill number, can you please identify?
House Bill number 5222 under committee.
2323, Mr. President. 5223.
5223, under committee report number.
223 na ba? 222 pa lang.
Sorry, my mistake. 5222, Mr. President.
That's why I'm asking for the numbers to be sure.
Yes, Mr.
We want to be sure we're all on our lucid interval here.
Under House Bill number 5222, under committee report 536, Mr. President.
All right. Same as I hereby approve.
I move to suspend the consideration of the said measure, Mr. President.
Consideration of the measure, as I first stated, is now in order. Majority Floor Leader,
Anong sunod?
who do we recognize?
Okay. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 5223 under committee report 535. I so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of House Bill number 5223 under committee report number 535 is now in order.
The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of amendment. I ask that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara.
Senator Angara is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, similar amendments to the previous bills. And we start on page 1 to delete lines 5 to 9 and in lieu thereof to insert a new section, Section 2 on territorial boundaries to include the metes and bounds and technical description of Barangay Bolanao Norte as an integral part of House Bill 5223 as indicated in the committee report number 535. So move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? The chair here the same is approved.
Next, Mr. President, on the same page, line 11, after the acronym COMELEC to insert the phrase on December 21, 2002 in Barangay Bolanao. So move.
Are there no objections? The chair is done. The same is approved.
Likewise, on page 1, line 13, after the name Kalinga to delete the phrase in Barangay Bolanao. So move.
Any objections? The chair is done. The same is approved.
Still on page 1, Mr. President, lines 14 to 15 to delete the phrase as proclaimed by the Plebiscite Board of Canvassers on December 21, 2002. So move.
Are there any objections? The same is approved. There being none.
Last motion is to renumber the sections accordingly, Mr. President. So move.
The motion to renumber the sections accordingly is hereby approved. Since there are no objections, we now go on to the next matter of the agenda.
No more amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there being no more amendments, I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Motion to close the period of amendment is hereby approved. There being no objections, let's proceed.
I move for the second hearing of House Bill number 5223 under committee report 535.
Approval for second reading is being requested by way of motion of the right honorable gentleman from Valenzuela. Same is hereby approved. If there are no objections.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the suspension of the consideration of the said measure, Mr. President.
The request for suspension of the aforestated measure is hereby approved. There being no objections.
Tatlo pa, 561, boss, 561.
Dami naman.
Pero maiksi lang.
Kindly address the chair when you do people converse, please.
Mr. President, maiksi lang po, Mr. President. Maiksi na lang po. Malapit na tayo muna, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7311 under committee report 561. I so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of House Bill number 73311 under committee report number 561 has been requested and a motion has been filed. There's no objection. The same is approved.
Recognize, boss. Recognize.
The primary status of the measure is that we are in the period of amendment. I ask that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara.
Senator Sani Angara is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Similar amendments on page 1 to delete lines 6 to 7 or the whole section 2 and in lieu thereof to insert a new section 2 on territorial boundaries to include the metes and bounds and technical description of Barangay Santa Maria as an integral part of House Bill 7311 as indicated in Committee Report 561. So move.
Are there any objections to the motion? Chair here stand. The same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 4, line 7, to replace the year 2013 with 2014. So move.
Are there any objections? None, the same is hereby approved.
No more amendments, Mr. President.
There are no more amendments.
Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 7311 under Committee Report 561, Mr. President.
There being a motion to close the period of amendments for House Bill number 7311, Committee Report number 561, no objections, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move for the consideration for second reading of House Bill number 7.
Approval on second reading.
Approval on second reading for House Bill number 7311 under Committee Report 561.
There's a motion to approve the Committee Report number 561 under House Bill number 7311 to go on second reading, to go second reading, same is hereby approved.
Suspend consideration.
I move for the suspend consideration of House Bill number 7311 under Committee Report 561, Mr. President. I so move.
A motion to approve House Bill number 7311 under Committee Report 561. There are no objections. Motion to suspend.
Suspend consideration, Mr. President.
Well, I'm sorry, I missed out on your English. I think it is coming from we have to entertain ourselves. It's just us. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
I won't ask you who is who, Mr. President.
You'll have to fight among the bad and the ugly among yourselves. Second, motion to suspend consideration is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 6513 under Committee Report 560, Mr. President.
There's a motion to consider House Bill number 6513 under Committee Report number 560. There's a motion to consider it. The same is, there being no objection, the same is approved.
The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of amendment. I ask that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara.
Senator Angara is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, on pages just two amendments rather, on pages 1 and 2 to delete lines 4 to 14 and lines 1 to 3 respectively, and in lieu thereof insert a new section, Section 2 on territorial boundaries, to include the metes and bounds and technical description of Barangay Masawa as an integral part of House Bill 6513 and in Committee Report 560. So move.
Are there any objections? Here is none, the same is approved.
I move that we renumber the sections accordingly, Mr. President.
The motion to number it accordingly, the said bill accordingly is hereby approved, there being no objections.
No more amendments, Mr. President.
There are no more amendments. Are there any motions?
Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments for House Bill number 6513 under Committee Report 560.
By motion of the Honorable Secretary Senator Gatchalian, the motion to close the period of amendment is hereby approved. Tama ba? Close? Now yes.
I move for the approval on second reading House Bill number 6513 under Committee Report 560, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the same is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move for the suspension of consideration of House Bill number 6513 under Committee Report 560.
Motion for suspension and consideration of the aforesaid bill is hereby approved, there being no objections.
And lastly, Mr. President, finally, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6512 under Committee Report 562.
Consideration of House Bill number 6512 under Committee Report 562 is hereby approved.
The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of amendment. I ask that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara.
For the up till time, the senator from Aurora, Quezon, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. This is the last you will have to endure on page 1 and 2 to delete lines 4 to 15 and lines 1 to 2 respectively, and in lieu thereof to insert a new section on territorial boundaries, Section 2, to include the metes and bounds and technical description of Barangay Timbabawan as an integral part of House Bill 6512 under Committee Report 562. So move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections of the motion? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we renumber the sections accordingly, and so move.
Motion to renumber the sections accordingly is hereby approved, there being no objections.
Thank you. No other amendments, Mr. President.
There are no more amendments. What is the pleasure of the Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move to close the period of interpellation for House Bill number 6.
Amendments.
Period of amendments for House Bill number 6512 under Committee Report 562.
The motion to close the period of amendments is hereby approved. There being no objections.
Mr. President, I move for the approval on second reading House Bill number 6512 under Committee Report 562.
House Bill 6512 and Committee Report number 562 upon motion of the distinguished gentleman from Venezuela is hereby approved to close the period of to suspend consideration.
To close. To approve. To approve on second reading, Mr. President.
To approve on second reading.
Mr. President. Yes,
No,
correct.
The chair apologizes. I just wanted to make sure you're both awake.
We're awake.
Mr. President.
Thank you for keeping us on our toes.
Thank you. Same is approved.
And Mr. President, lastly, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 6512 under Committee Report 562. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objections, the same is approved.
We just want to thank the Majority Leader and the Senate President, Acting Presiding Officer for their patience. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the sterling qualities of the Majority Floor Leader within an acting capacity, and he has a great future of becoming the permanent Majority Floor Leader if Senator Zubiri will allow him to. Just be careful.
Mr. President,
Yes. Meron pa?
and lastly, my favorite motion, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, January 29, 2019. So move, Mr. President.
There's a motion to adjourn until 3 o'clock p.m. January 29, 2019. Same is approved.